And the accent today is on rehabilitation, so that floral dresses and a dash of lipstick has transformed the atmosphere into something resembling an all-women university campus. And that's one of the things the university does. Turns precocious adolescents into responsible citizens. I was shown to Mrs. Nancy Sloane's cell. There were curtains in the window and a religious picture on the wall. Mrs. Sloane was on her feet to greet me. I mention that because I saw her through the bars before we went in, and she was standing on her head in the middle of the cell. I thought that maybe also she was crazy, but when she looked at me, I knew that she was very sane and also very beautiful.
The matron said you were coming. Mr. Carson, isn't it?
Yes. You're Nancy Sloane's?
I am.
You always stand on your head like that?
Not always. Just half an hour every day. I'm a yoga.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of that.
Please sit down on the chair. I'll use the bed.
Thank you.
Matron said you're a friend of that unfortunate man.
Well, that's right, and now that I've seen you, I realize just how unfortunate he was.
I didn't know him. I've never met him. But then, like the police, you'll have difficulty believing that.
To be blunt, I don't believe it.
Then that's your misfortune, Mr. Carson.
For a woman who will shortly have a date with justice, you seem to be awful cheerful.
I have an Englishwoman's complete faith in British justice. I didn't kill him. And in the fullness of time, the police will know that I didn't kill him.
You'd better try another exercise. That yoga's gone to your head.
Why did you come, Mr. Carson?
To see you.
Just morbid curiosity?
He kept a file. It mentioned your name, Nancy. It doesn't need a marriage counselor to prove that he had no intention of letting you go back to your husband. He was in love with you. And if he couldn't get grounds on your husband, it's an even bet he'd have given your husband grounds to divorce you.
Well, that would have made Edwin very happy. For the past 2 years, he's done everything a man can to make me divorce him, even to the point of lodging evidence of his infidelity with my own lawyer.
Why didn't you divorce him?
Oh, I don't know. Pride, I suppose. That and the fact that the other woman is my own cousin. It's sordid to have a relation steal your husband.
I get it. Just as he'd go to any lengths to get a divorce, you go to any lengths to stop him.
That's Inspector Bottomley's line of reasoning. He says that I'm supposed to have engaged your friend to keep a watch on my husband, presumably to gather evidence for a divorce.
Well, that's what the file says.
Am I supposed to have known your friend before I decided to engage his services?
Bottomley says not, and that would figure. I knew this operator pretty well, and if he'd known you 6 weeks and more ago, I'd have known about it, too. You wouldn't be an easy person to forget, Mrs. Sloane.
Thank you. Well, and since my lawyer has all the evidence I could possibly want for a divorce, it seems rather pointless to engage your friend to discover more.
Now, the report on file shows your husband to be blameless over the past 6 weeks.
Then if you'll forgive me for saying, your friend was either grossly incompetent, a fool, or was engaged for some quite different purpose.
He was a meticulous guy. He wouldn't fabricate a story in his file. What did you say the name of your lawyers was?
I didn't, but they're Castlemere and Brown at Lincoln's Inn. Mr. Castlemere himself handles all my affairs. Why do you ask?
Would you mind if I did a little investigating of my own?
I'd welcome it. But I ask again, why?
There's something screwy about this case. You're just too beautiful. Maybe that's it. Given the slightest encouragement, any man would fall in love with you. That much I can understand. But I just don't see you shooting anyone in the back.
It's very flattering. But you must remember, to the male spider, the female is also beautiful.
What's a spider got to do with it?
Do you know what the female does to the male after he's made love to her?
I'll buy it.
She eats him, Mr. Carson.
Carson left Holloway Prison, his mind a confusion of thoughts. He went straight to Lincoln's Inn and the offices of Messrs. Castlemere and Brown. One glance at its prim and austere interior decided for Carson that here was a house of impeccable honesty. It gave him a comforting feeling as he was ushered into the presence of Mr. Castlemere, a benign old gentleman with snow-white hair and a ruddy complexion.
Come right in, Mr. Carson. Take an easy chair and make yourself comfortable.
Thank you, sir.
You've come about Miss Nancy. She telephoned.
Are you allowed a telephone in Holloway Prison?
Oh, naturally. Miss Nancy has been formally charged, but in England a person is innocent until proven otherwise.
Do you think she's innocent?
Well, that goes without saying, doesn't it? I'm her defending counsel, and I would never take on the task if I believed her guilty.
Not even when her family have been clients of yours for years?
Not even if it were my own child. Now, I'll just get the file.
That won't be necessary, Mr. Castlemere. I simply wanted to ask you a few questions, if you'd be kind enough to answer them.
If I'm able to give a truthful answer, then I will.
Thank you, sir. Tell me about her husband, Edwin Sloanes.
A mean and avaricious fellow. She was a fool to marry him, and I told her so. But he has a great deal of charm for the opposite sex, and I fear he turned the poor girl's head. He never loved her, of course.
She's a very beautiful woman.
Very. That wouldn't interest Sloanes, except as a passing fancy. He thought she was heiress to a considerable fortune.
And she wasn't.
Her father died a few years ago. He left her the house and a small annuity, and that's all.
And so Boyo starts looking around for something better.
Financially better, yes. He's latched onto a Miss Nancy's cousin, an empty-headed, good-time society girl with a fat bank balance deposited by her indulgent father.
I think you don't like her very much.
I like the way her father made the money even less. However, to continue, Sloanes has left in his office all the evidence required for a quick divorce. He flaunts his women in front of his wife, but unfortunately for him, Miss Nancy has a virtue that isn't in Sloanes's vocabulary. Character. She's flatly refused to give him a divorce. There again, I don't agree with her. She'd be well rid of him, but sometimes there's no fathoming of the female mind.
Has it occurred to you, Mr. Castlemere, that the tables are now turned? Sloanes has all the evidence he needs to divorce her.
Naturally. It's occurred to Sloanes, too. I have a letter here from his attorney, setting out the details of his proposed action.
Already? But this business only happened on Friday.
Sloanes is an impetuous man, Mr. Carson, quite without feeling for anyone except himself. Now, what else would you like to know?
That's all, I guess.
May I indulge in the small liberty of asking if you think she's guilty?
Sure you can. I don't think she's guilty. In fact, I'm certain that she's innocent. In the presence of that kindly old man, I would have been happy to agree that there was no evil at all in the world. But on the pavement as I walked home, the old doubts about Nancy Sloanes came creeping back, like that female spider webbing her way hungrily towards her mate. The following day, I arrived at Scotland Yard, produced my police card, and was shown into a small, drab room that housed a few deal chairs and a glassed-in stage. It was on this stage that I was soon to get my second look at Nancy Sloanes. She would parade in the dress and ascot hat that she allegedly wore on Friday night. Inspector Bottomley was already there, and when I arrived, he was in conversation with two men, whom I correctly deduced to be the accountant and caretaker, respectively. Bottomley greeted me as affably as always.
I'll take a few, Mr. Carson.
Thanks.
Over here, if you don't mind.
Okay.
The law says I may not introduce you to the witnesses until the parade is over.
Think I might influence them?
We take no chances. The accused is innocent until proved guilty.
It seems I've heard that before. Is Nancy here?
Nancy?
Mrs. Sloanes.
Oh, I know who you mean. I was just surprised at the use of her Christian name. After all, you've only met her once, haven't you?
Yes, and don't lay it on. It was a slip of the tongue.
You've been thinking a lot about her, haven't you? But then she's a most attractive woman. Physically, that is.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'll be frank with you, Carson. I expect this identity parade to be no more than a formality.
They'll both swear it was her in the office block on Friday.
That's what I think.
What does she say she was doing every Friday night for the past 6 weeks?
Practicing yoga in private at home.
The servants, they must have seen her.
No, you really have got it bad. There are no servants. Her allowance doesn't run to it.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Right, shall we begin?
Okay, sure.
All right, Constable. Bring them on. Thank you. Well, gentlemen, which is the woman you saw on Friday night?
Second from the right.
The second one, no doubt about it.
Sorry, Carson.
I could only think of the hat. At first I saw only her, a proud, lovely woman, walking with a firm step across that broidered stage, her shoes clacking a rhythm in the groove hollowed by 1,000 felons' feet as they'd shuffled the walk down half a century. But then the witnesses had spoken up, and now only the hat remained. A ridiculous memory of floppy purple, half concealing her face like the plumed helm of Navarre. I don't remember saying goodbye to Bottomley. I don't remember what prompted me to visit Edwin Sloane's. But there I was in his Hartford house talking to him, hating him, and knowing all the time that my hate was illogical. You wasted no time in presenting your case to attorney.
Are you being impertinent?
I guess I was at that. I apologize. The man was my friend. Somehow you never think it can happen to a friend. I guess I mixed up some.
I can understand. It's been a tragedy for me. To be spied on is bad enough. To be cuckolded is the last humiliation.
She might pay for it with her life.
You may think me callous, but I can shed no tears for her. The inspector showed me the little love note in that fellow's pocket.
She's a beautiful woman.
What excuse is that? Anyway, her cousin is just as beautiful, and we're leaving tomorrow for Bournemouth for a few days to forget. And if you're wondering about my scruples, forget it. After that note they found on the body of your friend, there can be no doubt about the kind of woman she was.
Not only the note. I handed over his work file to the police. There's a wealth of detail in that. They sure whipped it up every Friday night for the past 6 weeks.
That's a lie.
But you know it's the truth.
Nothing went on between them in my offices, and if you say otherwise, you're a liar.
All right, take it easy, Sloanes. What does the venue matter?
Nothing happened in my offices on those Friday nights, I tell you. Now, please get out of my house and don't ever come here again.
He glowered at me like a man demented, his face mottled with boiling anger. He accepted an unfaithful wife, but not on his office premises. That didn't add up. He tried everything to get rid of his wife. How could he be even remotely jealous? Everything. The word sprung out like a scarlet billboard. Everything except one thing. I recoiled in horror at the thought. But I knew in my heart that what I was thinking was the ghastly truth. My mind chased back over our conversation, unscrambling the jumble of words. He'd said,
Nothing went on between them in my offices, and if you say otherwise, you're a liar.
That could mean only one thing. He was jealous of whoever was in that room Friday nights. And he wasn't jealous of his wife. He hated her. What else was it he said?
Her cousin is just as beautiful, and we're leaving tomorrow for Bournemouth for a few days to forget.
A few days. For a few days the house would be empty. It was my only chance, her only chance. From a nearby thicket I watched them leave. I entered the house at midnight. After 2 hours searching, I found it. Charred embers in the combustion stove were proof that most of the clothing had already been destroyed, but this was intact, perfect as the day it was made. A great floppy purple creation that any milliner would tell you was an Ascot hat. Sloane's had all his wife's town clothes duplicated and all of her hats. He used a different dressmaker and milliner, both of whom were able to testify at his trial. Nancy Sloane's cousin was very much like her in exactly the same build. It was she who engaged the operator from Assignments Unlimited using the name Nancy Sloane's. It was she who attended those Friday night meetings at the offices, dressed in the same clothes and the same big floppy hats that her cousin Nancy wore. Both knew that the caretaker had never met the real Mrs. Sloane's, and that on an identity parade he would swear that it was the real Mrs. Sloane's he'd seen. The Ascot hat that half concealed her face clinched it. And it very nearly worked, too, except that the man she engaged really fell in love with her. It must have been interesting watching him, knowing that she was eventually going to kill him, just like the female spider. He loved her, but she murdered him in cold blood.
You know, it's a terrible story, Carson. Will Nancy Sloane's now see the judge about a divorce?
She doesn't need to now, Chief. Justice will do it for free.
the shadow knows.
The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. The Shadow uses his hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the Shadow belongs. Today's story, Death is an Art.
Hey, you. Hold on there, my lad. I want to talk to you. Now, I suppose you're going to be telling me it's out for a stroll, yeah? And I'll be remarking that this is the Devil's Own night and the Devil's Own time to be taking a walk. And what'll you be saying to that?
Good evening, officer.
Sure, it's as pleasant enough you are with your greeting. But I want to know what takes you down here to the docks at this hour of the night.
I'm to meet somebody here.
No, that I wouldn't be doubting. But who and for what reason?
I don't know, officer. I don't know who I'm to meet, nor for what reason.
Now, hear me, man. I don't get anything out of that at all.
Well, let me explain. Look, I got this note a couple of days ago. Read it.
A man who prefers death to failure deserves success. That is a gift which is mine to bestow. If you wish further details, meet me in the vicinity of Pier 12, Wednesday, around midnight. And he didn't sign his name.
No. So you understand now what I mean when I say I don't know who I'm to meet.
Oh, a poor complexion this puts on things, so it does. Now, what's your name?
Harper, Graham Harper.
Harper. Now, that name. Oh, sure, I know you. You were in the papers a while back. Be the living... Say, you're the sculptor that tried to do away with yourself.
Well, that's about the size of things. But I couldn't even make a success of suicide.
You're not down here to pitch yourself overboard, are you? It's too cold a night for me to be diving in after you.
No, officer. Once was enough. I don't think I'll have the courage to try it again. Besides, you see, this note offers me some hope.
Well, all right. I'm a fool to do it, but I'll take your word for it. I hope this fella has a job for you, too. If you have any trouble with him, just shout and I'll be somewhere about.
Oh, thank you, officer.
Oh, don't thank me. That's what I'm paid me good money for. Well, good night to you, me son lad.
Good night, officer.
I beg your pardon. Are you Graham Harper?
I am? Who are you?
May I first confirm your identity? You have a note directing you to meet someone here.
I have a note, yes. Is it from you?
May I see that?
Sure, here it is.
Yes, so it is. Now we can talk without restraint. May I introduce myself? I am Professor Skurta Tasso.
Professor Skurta, the famous scientist?
Yes.
Well, this is an honor, Professor. But what could you want with me?
I read all about you in the newspapers. Your attempted suicide.
Oh.
I want to assure you I am deeply sympathetic. Because you see, I too am a failure.
What? You a failure?
Oh. I have been blessed with a goodly share of success in science. But like yourself, I too have ambition to become a great sculptor.
Had?
Still have. But I know it is too late now to realize my ambition. I am so firmly established in science that my efforts in an artistic endeavor might be regarded as simply the hobby of a successful man.
Oh, I see. Your note says you have the power to bestow the gift of success.
I have.
How?
I have made a great scientific discovery. It is not of a character I can release to the world.
But what has a scientific discovery to do with the art of sculpture?
More than you can realize now. I have looked for someone who would value success in art above life itself. I believe you are the one through whom I can express the desire to create.
I don't know what you mean.
You were ready to throw your life away because you were a failure in your chosen field. What would you do for success?
Anything. Anything in this world.
Graham Harper, I can make you the greatest sculptor of all time.
If you're joking with me,
No, I am not joking. I am ready to prove it to you.
What are your conditions?
You must place yourself under my complete and absolute domination.
If what you say is true, you could be the very devil himself, and I'd gladly embrace you. Hey, Shrevey.
Yeah, Mr. Cranston? Something the matter, something?
Well, nothing except that Miss Lane and I'd be just as well pleased if you didn't try to make this old hack fly.
Oh, I get it. I'm going too fast, I'm going. Is that it? Is it?
Oh, no, Shrevey. It's just that all the others are going so slowly.
Miss Lane, you're a genius. I never thought of it like that.
Hey, Shrevey. Just because I criticize you for going so fast, that's no reason why you should stop on a dime.
No, Mr. Cranston, that ain't why I stopped. I just seen a pal I see.
Well, I hope you don't see any relatives.
There he is, right over there. I want you should meet him.
Oh, well, that's fine. We're always glad to meet a pal of yours, Shrevey, but do you think we're presentable?
Ah, don't worry about that, Miss Lane. My pal's broad-minded. Hey, John! John! Hey, John! He's a little hard of hearing, he's a little.
Yes, a little. And maybe he's just indifferent.
No, he's a fire-eating Democrat. Hey, John!
Let me help you, Shrevey. Hey, John!
Gosh, Miss Lane, that did it. Here he comes.
Margot, I'm going to enter you in a hog-calling contest.
Oh, fine, Lamont. Might open up an entirely new world for me.
Hiya, John, old pal, hiya.
Oh, it's you, Shrevey. Well, well.
I want you should meet a couple of friends of mine I want. This here's Miss Lane.
And this here's Mr. Cranston.
Well, any friend of Shrevey can be a friend of mine.
You hear that, folks? That's how I stand with my pals, that's how.
Well, but Shrevey, you haven't told us the gentleman's name.
How do you like that? Ooh, I'm such a dope. This here is Pencil John.
Pencil John?
Yeah, he's been selling pencils on this here corner for... How long is it, John, huh?
32 years. Yes, I've seen the city grow since I first came out here with my first pencil.
32 years? My, that's a long time.
And a lot of pencils, a lot.
Yes, indeed it is. But I won't be here much longer.
What do you mean? You're going to retire, you're going to?
Oh, no. I'm embarking on a new career.
Yes? Well, what's the new career, John?
Well, it's not exactly set yet, but the man promised me the job this morning.
A job? Oh, Pencil, you ain't going to work after all these years.
Yes, Shrevey, I am.
What kind of a job you got?
Well, I'm going to be a model.
A model? You mean you're going to pose for them color ads?
Oh, no. I'm going to model characters in stone. That's what the man said. And my statue is going to be exhibited in the famous Gaylord Gallery.
Well, that's fine, John. The Gaylord Galleries are the best in the country.
So I hear.
Ain't that something? Hey, Mr. Cranston, you think a mug like me could get in to see John's statue, you think?
Well, I think it can be arranged, Shrevey. Perhaps we'll all go.
Oh, well, that would be fine, Mr. Cranston. I'd consider it a great honor.
Not at all. And, now, Shrevey, I'm afraid we'll have to be moving along.
Oh, okay, boss, okay.
Well, this has been a pleasure, Miss Lane and Mr. Cranston. It's always nice to meet friends of Shrevey's.
You hear that? Don't he talk nice, boss? Pencil John's got culture, he's got. Well, so long, John. See you in the art gallery.
Goodbye, Shrevey.
Hey, how do they pay off on that modeling racket?
Oh, I'm getting $5 an hour.
Well, that's $5 an hour.
Bye, John.
Goodbye, John. Goodbye.
Thank you.
How do you like that? 5 pieces of folded money every hour. Wow. Hey, Miss Lane, look, get this. How's my profile from this angle?
Oh, it's fine, Shrevey, but I think I like the back of your head better.
You do, Miss Lane, you do?
Yes, then I know you've got your eyes on the road.
Oh, I get it. $5 an hour.
They're without doubt the most magnificent studies in stone I've ever seen. Skin texture, line, general composition. Splendid.
I just counted Ned's and Graham Harper turning out such great work. It's positively astounding.
What happened to Shrevey, Margot?
Oh, he's somewhere around looking for the statue of Pencil John, I suppose.
Say, Margot, have you ever seen such lifelike statues?
No, never, Lamont. And the expressions on the faces. I half expect to see them get down from the pedestals and walk away. But they all look as though they were about to be frightened to death.
That's the modern touch, Margot.
Hey, Mr. Cranston, Miss Lane, get a load of this.
Oh, let him in. Come on, Margot. Our friend Shrevey's getting hysterical.
Hey, look, here he is, boss. Here's John's statue. Don't he look swell, don't he?
Yes, Shrevey, but not so loud, please.
Pencil John. All he needs is a street corner. He'd be perfect. Perfect, he'd be.
Mr. Cranston. So glad you've come to our exhibit.
How do you do, Mr. Pontice? Miss Lane, may I present the director of the Gaylord Galleries, Mr. Pontice.
How do you do, Mr. Pontice?
A pleasure, Miss Lane.
I'm Shrevey. Oh, yes, this is Shrevey, Mr. Pontice.
How do you do?
Yes, of course. And now, may I present the gentleman who has the art world at his feet. Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston, Graham Harper, creator of these magnificent statues. How do you do?
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Harper? We've been admiring your work.
Thank you, Miss Lane. Your model for this statue here, Mr. Harper, is, well, a friend of ours.
He's a friend of mine.
Yes, that's right, friend of Shrevey's.
You mean Pencil John? Yes, we haven't seen him at his accustomed haunts lately. Has he forsaken business entirely for the more aesthetic field of art?
Oh, I don't know. I've lost track of him. You see, I only used the model once.
Oh? Oh, I see.
Hey, Mr. Cranston, this is some hunk of stone.
Hey, Shrevey, put that statue down.
I just want to see if I can lift it.
Shrevey, put it out!
I guess you thought I was going to drop it, maybe.
You fool!
Now, your statue is not harmed, Mr. Harper.
Oh, no thanks to that idiot that it isn't.
Wait a minute,
All
wait a
right,
minute.
Shrevey, all right. Come on now. We're getting out of here. I'm sorry, Mr. Harper.
I don't blame you, Mr. Cranston.
Margot, I think we'd better be going.
Yes, I think so, too.
Shrevey, come on.
Okay. But as for you, Mr. Harper, if I wasn't a gentleman and in the presence of a lady, I'd clip you right in the kisser. Cheerio. You know something, boss? That Harper guy oiked me. If you know what I mean. He oiked me.
Yes, I think I know what you mean, Shrevey.
Well, if we never see Mr. Harper again, it'll be soon enough for me.
But I think we will be seeing Mr. Harper again, Margot.
Why?
Oh, for a closer inspection of his works of art, perhaps?
Well, he is a great sculptor at that. So thorough. Lamont, did you notice the fingers on that statue of Pencil John? Look at detail. Every bone and muscle and sinew was there.
Yes, Margot. And I have an idea that if the statue were broken open, you would probably find the heart, lungs, and all the other organs, too.
What do you mean?
Well, you see, Margot, I have a strong suspicion that's not merely a statue of Pencil John. I believe that is Pencil John.
Hello? Gaylord Gallery. Yeah, this is Horton, the watchman. I've got the okay to release the statue as soon as you come for it. All right. Good night. Huh?
Just a moment, Horton.
Who's that?
I'm the shadow.
Well, I don't see you where.
I've clouded your mind so you can't see me. But don't be afraid. I'll not harm you or anything in your charge.
Well, what do you want?
For the present, just a little information. Who is that called on the phone?
An expressman. There's a statue going out of the galleries tonight.
Which one?
Pencil John.
I see. Well, I want to get a good look at that statue before it goes. You just stay here in this little office until the expressmen come for that statue.
Oh, don't worry. I won't move.
I want you to act as if nothing's happened.
I understand.
Very well. I'll leave you now. But don't forget, stay where you are.
I'll do everything just like you told me.
All right, Margot. Come in.
That was fast work, Lamont.
Watchman's in that little office back there, scared speechless.
Then he won't disturb us.
Not a chance. Come on. We'll have to work fast. They're going to take Pencil John out tonight.
Did you find out why?
No. But my guess is that Harper's afraid to have it around since it was recognized today.
Well, what'll they do with him, Lamont?
Destroy him, I suppose.
Oh, how horrible.
Horrible's hardly the word. You cold, Margot?
No, just nervous, I guess. An art gallery certainly a spooky place at night.
Here we are, Margot.
Lamont, there's Pencil John.
Yes. Be interesting to see if Harper even worked out the fingerprints, too, eh, Margot?
That certainly would clinch your theory.
Well, let's see if he... Here you are, Margot. Look, the fingerprints are perfect. Have you got that sense? Pencil John's fingerprints?
Yes, right here, Lamont.
Good. Now we'll make a little comparison. Yeah. Take a look, Margot. The fingerprints match up perfectly.
Perfectly. There's no question about it. This is Pencil John. And all these other statues, they're real people, too.
Exactly.
But how could they do this, Lamont?
That I don't know yet, Margot. But I hope to soon.
Lamont, Do you notice one feature that's characteristic of all these statues? I noticed it when I first saw them.
Yes. The look of horror on their faces. That what you mean?
Yes. Ghastly.
Hey, listen, Margot. Somebody's coming. Most likely the expressman to take Pencil John away. Come on. Let's hide behind these tapestries over here.
I don't care whether you do or not.
Did you notice the manner of that watchman?
Yes, he seemed frightened.
Yes. You suppose anything's gone wrong?
Don't be such a coward, Harper. You're always afraid something is going to go wrong.
Well, look what happened to Pencil John. He was recognized today. It may start a search for the man.
All right. We'll get him out of here and nobody will know the difference. Come on. Give me a hand here. Stop worrying.
Margot.
Yes.
Look who's dressed as an expressman.
Who is it, Lamont?
Professor Scurtatasso.
What? Why, it is Lamont. What interest has he in Harper's affairs? Why the disguise?
Those are questions I'm going to find out tonight.
We could have kept this in my studio tonight. Would have saved us the trouble of coming out here to the seacoast.
I feel more comfortable here in my laboratory. Besides, this statue will have to be destroyed at once.
Destroyed? How?
Broken up and thrown into the sea. Take that sledgehammer there.
What? Oh, no, I couldn't do that. I couldn't.
All right, then. I will do it myself. First, we'll have to get to work on a replacement for the exhibit.
All right. Have you a subject?
Yes, she is here in this room. Come out, old fellow.
You're gonna let me get out of here, mister, are you?
Yes, old fellow. You will be out of here in a very short time.
What was the idea? Bring me here in the first place.
What do you think of him, Harper?
Raise your head a bit. Excellent subject.
Well, can I go now?
In a little while. Sit down here in this chair a minute.
I want to get out of here.
Sit down.
Well, only a minute.
Now.
Oh!
Shut up.
Take these clamps from around me.
Hand me the hypo. I'll quiet this old fool.
Now, listen, mister. What do you want to hurt me for? I ain't never done
I
nothing.
won't hurt you, not a bit. Roll up your sleeve, Harper.
All right, what are you going to do?
Prepare you for a greater destiny than perhaps you deserve.
No, go away from me. Go away.
Come over here, Harper.
No.
Strange how even the most disreputable will cling to life. In just a few hours now, Harper, you will have a statue every bit as fine as Pencil John. Hand me my case.
Yes, Professor. This is the most amazing process imaginable.
No, it is a simple thing. Nature gave me the clue. Calcification of the human body is a device of nature. I just intensify the disease until the body attains the consistency of granite.
Professor!
Yes, what is the matter?
I heard a noise outside.
The wind, no doubt.
No, somebody's out there.
Well, let's put your mind at rest before you get hysterical.
Come on.
No.
See anyone?
No, there's nobody there. I thought you were right. There is somebody.
Huh?
Come on. Hey there, you. Come back here.
It's a man and a woman. They got into that car.
They've got to head them off. Hey, come back.
There goes the car. Come on. He struck the post. Come on. Hurry. Oh, it's Miss Lane and Mr. Cranston.
Lane, Cranston.
Yes, those are the people who recognize that statue. What?
Help me get Mr. Cranston out of here. He's hurt. He's unconscious.
We will fix Mr. Cranston, all right. Grab a Harper.
Come on, you.
Let go.
Get out of there.
Can't you see I've got to get Mr. Cranston to a doctor?
Don't worry, my dear. I will take good care of your friend. I've got just the right prescription for snoopers. All right, Harper. You can put Mr. Cranston in that room with the old derelict. They will be good company for each other when they regain consciousness.
I can tell you now, Tasso, you'll never harm Mr. Cranston. You'll never get the chance.
For the moment, I am interested only in you, Miss Lane.
All right, Professor. Taken care of.
Good. Now, Miss Lane, for the last time, are you ready to tell us why you and Mr. Cranston were snooping about here?
For the last time, Tasso, no. I'll tell you nothing.
Very well, then. I can only conclude that your visit here is an aftermath of your interest in Pencil John.
You can think as you please.
Since you won't talk to me, then I shall see to it that you will not talk to anyone else.
What do you mean?
You will make a very lovely statue, Miss Lane.
Oh, no, you...
Oh, there is no use. No use trying to get out of the chair, Miss Lane. Those steel clamps have held stronger people than you. You ready, Harper? Yes, hand me the kit.
You'll never get by with this, Tasso. My features will be recognized.
Oh, we can make slight adjustments. Not enough to mar your essential beauty, of course. Come now, Miss Lane.
I have wasted enough time on you. The arm, Harper.
Oh, go away. Let me out of here.
What was that?
Not so fast, Professor Tasso, not so fast.
Tasso, what is it? Who are you? Where are you?
I am beyond the reach of your calcification formulas, Tasso. I am the Shadow.
A shadow? Did you hear that, Tasso? The shadow.
Put away your drugs, Tasso. You'll no longer make an art of death.
Tasso, let's get out of here. Harper, you miserable coward, afraid of a voice. Here, hold the girl's arm. We'll finish our job.
I'm the one that's finishing a job here now, Tasso. Let go of her arm.
Don't listen to him, Harper. Proceed with the treatment.
You're hurting me.
Let go of her.
Tasso, what happened to you? It hit me. It is not just a voice. Come on, Harper. Run for it. To the car, quick.
Oh, Lamont, I thought you were badly hurt.
Not even scratch, Margot. Let me get you out of the chair. We've got to get those two men.
Good driving, Margot. We're gaining on them.
Tasso and Harper are certainly giving their car all it can take.
Yeah. Look, Margot. The railroad crossing.
Oh, Lamont, they're going to try and beat that train.
They're insane.
Oh, no. Lamont! Oh, Lamont. Look.
Turn around, Margot.
Oh.
Let's go back. Professor Tasso and Graham Harper will never bother anyone again.
Lamont, why do you suppose that Tasso, an eminent and respected scientist, committed such a mad crime?
Well, his love of sculpture and his overpowering desire to show off his new process to the world could explain it. Plus a distorted mentality.
Do you realize how close I came to being one of his prize collection?
Yes. You'd have made a lovely statue, too, Margot. I'd undoubtedly have bought you for my mantelpiece.
Oh, I see. Just another ornament in your vast collection.
No. You'd have been quite useful.
Useful as a statue on a mantelpiece?
Yes. I would have put an electric clock in your mouth.
Oh, cute.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Take one man with a driving compulsion. Give him his chance to destroy it. That's our story, Captive, taken from the files of John Steele, adventurer.
Hello, friends. This is John Steele. This week's story is laid in the steaming heat of the Tiger Country. You know, it's always been my practice to try to space my guests from week to week so that their adventures are different, geographically and in situation. That's why I was pleased to run into Jim Madden this week. I first met Jim when he was on an expedition in the jungle near Saigon in Indochina. I thought I knew him pretty well during those first 3 years down there, but when he tells his story, you'll see as I did, how much a man hides of his real feelings. Folks, this is Jim.
Funny how a man will hang on to something year after year, even when he knows it doesn't make sense. It had been like that with me ever since we'd finished that last expedition. The others didn't lose any time packing for the States, and we were all up to here with sweaty jungles and mosquitoes and malaria. I hated it as much as they did, but I didn't go back with them. I couldn't. Not yet. I got a little native hut on the edge of Saigon, a few days' ride from the bush, near enough to push into it every chance I could for 3 years. I got to know it like the lines in my hand. Hunting parties coming through seemed to like the idea of an English-speaking guide. There weren't many of them, but it kept me going. I had to take a lot of ribbing from the local barflies. It didn't stop me, though.
Hey, your beard's getting flat, Jim.
Huh?
What's the matter, Jim? You got a safari coming up?
Must be. Always gets that dreamy look
Yeah,
when
it
he...
does look kind of stupid, don't he? Eh?
Sure. Ain't you heard? Jim's in love.
Oh, shut up.
Hey, Jim, that ain't no way to talk. Now, if I knew a beautiful
Hey, maybe
babe-
it's the American dame over there with the little guy.
Them two came today? Nah, Jim don't bother with no female but one.
Lay off, will you?
Being in love ain't good for a jungle guide, you know.
Sure, get sore.
In the head.
Hey, say, Jim, you seen the new native gal over Herb's joint?
Why, you know Jim ain't interested in waitresses, pal.
I am, boy. Real warm-skinned and slanty-eyed. Pretty in one eye.
What do you want Jim to meet her? He never introduced
Why
her
don't
to
you
his...
go get her, Jim?
The native girl? I told you.
No. One eye. Sure be nice to have her on the house, Jim.
Jim bring one eye home?
Yeah.
Why, man, Jim's a real lover boy. He just stands around and worships. He don't do nothing.
Fade, you guys.
What's the matter, Jim? You lose your nerve?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, I tell you, she's got him where she wants him, all right.
Well, I'll get her, wise guys. As soon as I have the dough for another trip.
Hey, you know, Joe, seems to me I heard that before.
Yeah, about 3 years ago now, wouldn't you say, Bill?
Yeah.
When did it...
Giving you a hard time, Jim?
Oh, hi, John. No, I'm used to it.
Jim's playing puss in the corner, Mr. Steele. Say, Jim, remember Dick Manning, don't you?
Sure. I'd like to see old Dead-Eye Dick.
Then start packing.
What?
Got a letter from him this morning. Asked me to look you up.
Yeah? What for?
Remember Dick left here to take over his dad's geology labs?
Good break, too.
Yeah. Dick's done well with it, too. He'd just been given an endowment by the government for a whole new branch lab in New York.
Oh, swell. Tell him I said congratulations.
Dick wants you to run it.
I'm sorry. I can't make it.
But good night, man. It pays $10,000.
Sorry.
You could use $10,000.
I know, John. Tell him thanks anyway.
One eye, huh?
Well,
Okay, Jim. I won't be answering his letter till the end of the week. Think it over, son.
A week. 2 weeks, 2 years. I'll get her or nobody will.
You sound very sure of yourself, Mr.
Huh?
Madden. You are James Madden, the guide, aren't you?
Yeah.
I'm Danny Masters. Pat, Miss Dennis, and I are down here to do a story. She takes pictures. We're from Rifle and Line magazine.
I know.
No kidding.
It's not so surprising, Danny, considering the New York papers.
We don't get New York papers, Miss Dennis.
Really? News about me gets around faster
News
than...
about any visitor moves fast down here.
Your local gossips tell you my father owns Rifle.
I'm impressed, Miss Dennis.
What I was trying to say, Mr. Madden, is that I'm prepared to pay you.
Oh, well. That puts you on another plane.
Oh, Pat means, Jim, we'd appreciate it if you'd be our guy.
Oh, stop bowing and scraping, Danny. We're hiring Mr. Madden.
What kind of animals are you looking for?
Well, I don't know, sladang, wild elephants, tigers, whatever we have.
Have a credit card for me at the hotel desk this afternoon.
Well, sure. Thanks, Jim. That's swell.
I'm quite sure the gratitude is on Mr. Madden's side, Danny.
How so, Miss Dennis?
It's your job.
Yeah.
And I believe I overheard you say if you had the, dough, you'd...
Yeah?
This, what did you call her? One Eye. She must be very unusual.
Oh, Pat, he doesn't want to...
You know, Mr. Madden, I'd really like to see the kind of female you're so wrapped up in.
Would you? You'll meet her, if you're lucky.
Hey, Jim, how far do we go by car?
About 200 miles. We'll make camp at the edge of the tall cane where the road ends.
Road? Might have selected something more comfortable than pickup truck.
Roads like this, you'd ruin a good car. Look at the poor natives piled in the other one. Must be hot as
Oh, don't be
blazes.
absurd, Danny. After all, they're just natives.
They're good men.
That it up ahead, Jim?
Yeah.
Gee, never thought I'd see the jungle
I
again.
don't see anything so wonderful. Just woods and tall caves.
And tigers.
Yeah.
What are we stopping?
Shut up.
Mr. Madden,
I
haven't...
said shut up. Danny, take over, will you?
What on earth?
Just follow the natives. They'll know where to pitch camp.
What's up, Jim?
Nothing. I'll meet you later.
You're taking a rifle. I'm coming with
Sit still. All right, Danny, get going.
Right.
They hadn't heard it, but they hadn't been listening for it like I had. I'd have known a tigress call anywhere. Maybe it wasn't One Eye, but I had to find out. And I had to be alone, because if it was One Eye, I was going to get her. Not Danny, not Pat Dennis. Shadows between the trees were black patches now. I'd picked up her pug marks for a while, but it was getting too dark to see anything. She might be crouching in the thickets waiting for me to pass. I noticed the air was suddenly very still. The monkeys and peacocks were quiet. I knew she was close by now, somewhere in the shadows. And then I saw her. She was lying in a small clearing by a high rock, not in a crouched position. She was asleep. I crawled forward and watched her from behind a tree. The zigzag of the scar over her blind eye looked deeper than I'd remembered in the dim light. I raised the Springfield carefully and took a sight on her forehead. My eye wandered down over her heavy body. Her stomach was heaving in big, regular breaths. She was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. I don't know how long I stood there looking at her, my finger on the trigger of the rifle hard against my jaw. My hands felt sweaty on the cool barrel. 3 years I waited for this. But I didn't shoot. Next time, maybe. I stood up slowly and headed back for camp.
You didn't eat your dinner, Mr. Madden.
I'm not hungry.
Is that what it's like?
What?
Being in love.
I don't get it.
Yesterday, your friends in the bar.
Oh. No, Miss Dennis, that's not it.
They said other interesting things about you, I noticed.
Oh, you notice a lot.
Just in order to put 2 and 2 together.
Get 4?
Only about 3.5.
It's a good average.
The missing half is One Eye.
I'm not very good at fast repartee, Miss Dennis.
Slowly, then. This One Eye is an animal, isn't it?
So?
A cat?
Tigress.
I thought so.
Why?
I like seeing people react. This is a new kind of stimulant.
I'm a guide, not a guinea pig.
Why, Mr. Madden, you're upset.
You mind your business, I'll mind mine.
It's a very pleasant program.
I like it.
By the way, speaking of animals,
We weren't.
what was that you heard on the road today?
Why?
A tiger.
You telling or asking?
That's why you wouldn't let us go.
You're crazy.
You went alone to scare the tiger off.
Had it all figured, huh?
Yes. So you wouldn't have to
You're
kill.
nuts.
I don't think so. Killing animals bothers you a great deal, doesn't it, Mr. Madden?
Hey. You think... you think I've got buck fever?
Exactly.
Oh, no, forget it, lady. I'm the bloodthirstiest...
Are you?
Sure.
Sorry. I don't think you're much of an actor.
No? Well, frankly, Miss Dennis, I don't care what you think.
Good morning, Mr. Madden.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, everybody. Well, they to start, huh?
You can stand the heat.
It's hot, all right.
Now, look, why don't you two hang around camp today? Get used to this.
Not me, Bub. I'm going hunting.
You're frowning, Mr. Madden.
Rather I laughed out loud?
Hey, will you quit, you two? Gee, you think you were married the way
Well,
you...
I'm sure Mr. Madden knows what I'm thinking.
Sorry, afraid not.
Danny, did you know there's a tiger near here?
No kidding.
Mr. Madden heard it on the road yesterday.
A tiger? Well, why didn't you say something, boy?
Well, there wasn't time to tell you what to do.
Well,
and
let's get it now. It should still be around.
That depends.
How come?
It might have been scared off. Isn't that true, Mr. Madden?
No. Way to tell us by the buffalo bait we spread around this morning. Now, Miss Dennis can set up her cameras near that.
No. I'm going in myself.
You want pictures, don't you?
Of course.
Well, wild animals don't pose, Miss Dennis, not even for you.
Why?
Sure, Pat, that's the way. Just set up cameras with string traps. Animal goes to bait, snaps his own picture.
I only have 2 cameras, and I'm not getting them smashed.
Get better pictures if you do it.
I
that way.
believe I made myself clear.
Okay. And I'm going to get me a tiger rug.
Now, this section of the jungle is pretty dense. You need flash bulbs. The string system would really
Are
be...
you trying to tell me?
I'm trying to tell you wild animals are easily frightened. They can jump at
But
you.
you'll
just...
be there to protect me. Won't you, Mr. Madden?
Me too, Pat. I want to crack at those babies.
You're here to write stories.
Well, sure, but...
You're carrying the only gun, then, Mr. Madden?
Oh, no.
Are you?
Why should I?
That seems to fit, is all.
Things aren't always the way you think in the jungle.
I'm seldom wrong, Mr. Madden.
Well, you're wrong this time, honey, because I'm shooting
I'll
me
see
a
if Etienne has a report. Get your stuff together. to get away from Pat Dennis, and then fast, or I'd have clipped her one right across that beautiful, smug mouth. I'll let her think what she wanted. I couldn't tell her the real reason about One Eye. Guy just doesn't say things I felt out loud. But I was going to get that she-tiger. She was my kill when I was ready. We had a late start. Steam was rising up out of the ground, hot and sticky.
We haven't gone near one of those carcasses.
Natives will let us know if they've been fed on.
What are we looking for, Jim?
Can't tell what we'll find.
What is it?
Quiet.
What's the matter?
Quiet down.
I don't hear anything.
Wait a minute.
I'm coming to.
Back there.
Not me, boy. I
Get
want
back, I told you. I'll let you know.
Mr. Madden, Danny and I are
You're
both...
both going to wait right here till I
Oh,
come.
no, we're not.
Okay. But keep it quiet.
Tiger, Jim?
Yeah. Pug marks stop at those rocks up there.
Come on, let's get...
Oh, wait here a minute.
Hey, you're not going to start
Oh,
that
be
again.
quiet, Danny.
I'll see if I can spot it now. Keep down back here.
Whistle when you're ready.
Sure, whistle. Twice I'll whistle. Should be in here. There you are. There, your tail's showing, baby. If I could just see the rest of her around this rock. No, I can't see.
Jim.
What are you doing?
Down here. I can see him.
Get out of here.
No, rock my way here. Let me take him.
Danny, no.
Don't worry. It's an easy shot.
No, don't.
Got her! I got her, Jim!
You killed One Eye, you dumb jerk. Nobody could do that but me. What do you say? My tigress, you killed my tigress. Quit sucking my... killed my tigress.
Stop it.
Jim, let go.
Let go of it.
Free.
Let go. Of all the disgraceful.
Gosh, fella, what did I...
Shut up.
Could have hit you twice. You could have
Shut
choked
up.
him.
Shut up, both of you.
Monsieur, he is magnifique.
Yeah, quite a guy.
He killed me, Jim, if you just
Forget
tell me
it.
what...
Forget it.
I still
I
don't
said
know.
forget it.
Do you want to see Danny's kill, Mr. Madden?
That's right. Let's have a look.
Sure.
Hey, look at that. I did that.
Etienne, get ready for skinning.
You're not even looking at the tiger, Mr. Madden.
And I've seen tigers before.
Boy, look at those eyes.
Eyes?
Sure. Look swell over my mouth.
Get out of the way.
But you weren't interested, Mr. Madden.
What's the matter, Jim?
It's not. It's not.
Not what?
Nothing. Nothing at all, Miss Dennis. Well, hey, Danny boy, this calls for a celebration. Your first tiger.
That head.
It's a good one.
Lucky I got something to prove it with. I'd never believe it.
You like hunting, huh?
Oh, it's swell. I'm raring to get me another.
Oh, say, your glass is empty. Here, can...
Oh, I shouldn't, Jim. Well, it's a stack if I'm going to kill me a she-tiger tomorrow.
Why a she-tiger?
Huh? Oh, I don't know. You might have one of each. Male, female.
Don't push your luck. Stay healthy.
Ah. Said yourself there ain't any man-eaters around. Nope, I want a nice big tiger.
Here, here's a nightcap.
Okay, for the road, huh?
Now.
Hey, Jim. What are all those little tree houses near the buffaloes for?
Oh, the Shans, the hideouts.
Sniper tactics, huh?
Yeah, they might call it that.
Well, that would be a breeze to me after Pacific duty.
Tigress isn't a war criminal.
Well, sure, I know, but it's the same as...
No.
All I said was... This is your bad day, huh, Buster?
Oh, I'm sorry, Danny. Drink up.
Oh, take it easy. I can have a steady eye tomorrow.
Why don't you try slidang, Danny? You know those wild rocks can get pretty...
I got the tiger bug. There's something about a tiger.
Yeah.
What were you saying about the Machan?
Hmm? Oh, the Machans. Well, see, as soon as the natives find the carcass that's been fed on, they all get their racket makers.
New Year's Eve, huh?
Yeah, they bang on trees with sticks mostly. If anything makes noise. The advance is in a big circle toward the Tiger.
Who's gone by then?
No, Tiger's not far off. Well, the rest is easy. The natives pass by the Machon, covering me with their yelling and their beating. I just sneak in.
We, you mean?
Well, tomorrow I thought I'd show you.
Why? You said there's nothing to it.
How about a hangover?
Don't worry about me, Buster. I'm a man who's used to hard liquor.
Uh-huh.
Don't you ever get lonesome down here, Jim, year after year?
No, not much.
If I had to stay this far from the bright lights, I'd
I
go
could
to...
leave.
Don't you ever get a yen to see something besides native women?
White women in Saigon?
Yeah, that kind. I'd like this. I'd sure like to have a cute little redhead.
Make a pitch for Dennis, why don't you?
Pat?
Mm.
She's not a woman. She's a boss's daughter.
Oh, she's female.
You can have her. Little redhead works on 52nd Street now.
The tropical flowers. Smell of them does that to you.
Yeah, that and the slugs you've been pouring.
Oh, Etienne. What are you doing there?
The mademoiselle would like coffee.
Pat? Oh, where is she?
In our tent, monsieur.
Oh.
Hey, Etienne. Wait a minute. I'll take that.
Tell her to come on out.
Miss Dennis,
What do you want?
here's your coffee.
Just leave it. I'll be out
Get
in a
full of
minute.
bugs.
All right. Put it on the table there.
Please.
Please. Well, what are you waiting for?
What, no thanks?
Did you come to give me a lesson in etiquette?
That'd be a good idea.
I'll get out of here.
Ladies and there.
Don't flatter yourself. All right. Thank you. Now, will you please...
Down? Sure, don't mind if I do.
From now on, Mr. Madden.
My friends all call me Jim.
How nice of them. Now, will you...
Cut the act, will you?
Your act's better than mine.
What's that supposed to mean?
Why pretend?
I don't get it.
You'll never kill one eye.
Oh, that's where you're wrong, Duchess.
Am I?
What do you keep harping on that for?
All right. If it's not buck fever...
I told you it's not.
You expect me...
I expect nothing from you.
Good.
You wouldn't understand.
I might.
No, you've never seen her. She's not like other animals.
One blind eye.
No, it's she... Oh, she's intelligent, smart.
A tigress with an IQ. This
Look,
is...
you're quite a tennis player, aren't you, Miss Dennis?
Well,
Well, you'd rather have a good player beat you than win all the time over...
of course.
Get it?
I...
From the first time I saw One Eye 3 years ago, I've known I was going to get her someday. Each time I've gone into that bush, I've sworn I'd come back with her pelt, but...
Couldn't give up your lollipop, could you?
Well, I got kicks out of just...
Go on.
You don't get it.
Please.
Yeah. Well, she's outsmarted me almost every time. Once, through the water. Last time, she let me almost get near enough. And then I found she'd led me right into the tall cave. Almost like she's having herself a good laugh every time.
This could go on for years, you know. Unless someone else gets the first.
No one is... No, this trip...
Really, Mr. Madden?
Really, Miss Dennis.
You write me about it.
You'll be here. See for yourself.
Oh?
Matter of fact, you're very much here right now.
I think you'd better go.
Oh, I'll take it easy, Duchess. There's no rank in the jungle.
Mr. Madden.
Man makes his own rules out here.
Please.
Oh, what are you scared of, Miss Dennis?
I'm not...
You're frowning, Miss Dennis.
Get out of...
Don't you trust me?
Please.
No more room to back up. I'll have that tent pole moved in the
Keep your
morning.
hands off me.
She'll like a man's arms around you.
Out of here.
This is the jungle, my girl. Everything by you. I'm sorry I didn't shave, Duchess.
That... Oh, dear. Oh.
What's the matter, Duchess? You look bothered.
Get out of
Okay.
Wait, Jim.
Oh, Jim now, huh?
Could have yelled for Dan.
I know it.
There's enough coffee for two.
Yeah. Well, don't drink it all, Duchess. Might keep you awake.
Number 2 carcass, monsieur.
Chewed on?
Tigress is still there.
Tigress.
I'll rouse the beaters.
No, never mind. Try without him.
But, monsieur, at 5 o'clock...
You heard me, Etienne. Get my gun.
Oui, monsieur.
What's up? Go back to bed.
Etienne said something about a tiger. Jim?
Yeah. Tigress.
A sheep. Be right with you.
That's what you think.
Monsieur, we are ready.
Well, shut up. You want to wake the whole camp?
Pass up too.
Oh, fine.
You do not wish to use the beaters, monsieur? They are anxious.
We might as well now. Let's go.
Jim, let me have the first.
Etienne, okay?
We are ready.
No kidding, Jim. How about letting me have the first shot?
Shut up.
She still feeds.
Does, huh?
Well, what do we do?
See that flat ledge over there?
Yeah.
Get up there and wait.
What for?
You can see the whole thing.
Hey, I'm not staying by.
Get up there!
Crying out.
Keep Dennis with you.
Pat, I haven't even
Oh,
seen...
she's probably still dressing. Go back and get
Oh,
her.
Jim, I don't want to miss...
We'll wait.
Okay, but don't forget now.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, boys. Let her rip. Wider. Run out. Move. Bigger circle. Louder. Action.
All right, now keep them moving. I'm going in. Push on.
Here goes.
What capture?
Pat. What are you doing?
I told you I wanted a shot of a tigress.
How did you...
I was with the first line of beaters.
You crazy... You mean that gun?
Yes, I have flash gun.
I told you can't use that thing.
No?
Now, listen, if I get you sticking a bulb in that thing,
You'll
I'll...
what? Hot in here.
Yeah, it gets hotter.
It's all right.
Mosquito netting tied on your side?
Yeah. Jim, what I said about buck fever.
Not it, I tell you.
Something else?
Something I gotta do.
Hate waiting.
Get used to it.
Jim, I've been so rotten.
You'll do.
No, really,
Hold it.
Is it?
She's feeding now.
So beautiful.
Yeah.
Jim, I gotta have a picture.
No, it's too dark.
If you cover me from up here, I can jump to that big lower branch and use the flash.
Too risky?
No, as I take
Too
it.
big a chance.
I was right.
What?
You can't.
You're crazy. When the time comes out...
Come, Jim. Okay, then. You take the picture.
Me?
Go on. I'll cover you.
Hey, put down that gun.
I want that picture. If you're not
Give
going
me
to...
that gun.
Jim.
Give me that gun. I'm not shooting my tigress.
Jim.
One Eye is my private kill, you hear?
Your private... Yes.
Okay. Now get ready.
He's lifting her head.
Oh, sure. Some fool was... All right, hurry up.
Standing.
You can't. She's my kill. 3 years.
Knowing that Jim Madden can play with his own private toy.
Private toy.
Ready? She's beginning.
Yeah. Okay, Pat. Now.
Here goes. Jim, shoot quick, shoot.
I'll get her.
No, Danny, not you. Jim. Almost got... Shoot, Jim. Shoot.
Okay, Danny. Let her have it.
No, Danny. Jim, shoot her.
Go on, Danny. Between the eyes, boys. Kill yourself a one-eyed tigress.
You didn't mind.
No, I didn't mind, did I, Pat?
You better give him more, Danny.
Got her. I got her.
Nice going. And she's all yours, boy. She's all yours.
Rather I walked with Danny?
Oh, you know better.
Jim, He didn't realize.
I know. Good thing.
For 3 years.
Still a good thing.
I want a ball.
Pat, I had a perfect sight from the Machon.
I know. That's why.
Honey, listen. If I'd shot her myself, I'd have only started looking for another one like her.
You said she was one of a kind.
Well, I'd never have been sure.
Always be. Maybe.
Yeah.
Let's get the first plane, Jim. I want New York.
No. Something I gotta do first.
Jim. No.
Yeah. First, I gotta stop off in Saigon long enough to buy a wedding present.
A wedding. Oh. People are supposed to send us.
Oh, well, it's not for us, Duchess. It's from us. To Danny.
The title, Captive. A story of a man who learned the importance of self-denial. And if you like Jim's adventure, why not come back next week, friends? I'll have a story of a man who had to face death to learn how to live. I like to call it the right medicine. So until next week, this is John Steele saying a life of adventure is yours for the asking, wherever you find it. Only don't look for it. It may find you. Well, goodbye and good hunting.
John Steele, Adventurer, is produced by Robert Monroe, directed by Elliot Drake, and written by Lois Landauer. John Larkin was heard as Jim. Also in our cast were Ross Martin, Charlotte Manson, and Mort Lawrence. John Steele is played by Don Douglas. Musical effects were by Doc Whipple. Your announcer has been Ted Melly. Remember, next week, Mutual presents The Right Medicine, another story of suspense and action from the files of John Steele, Adventurer. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Frank's original Mike Angelo. But I gotta admit, I asked for it sometimes. This was one of those times. I was mad. Mad enough to dream this rack of mine up to 7 feet of steel. Maybe I was just a lox looking for a bagel blanket, but some smooth creep put a permanent curl in my lip. It's not tough to understand when circumstances puts a guy on the wrong road. Slums make monsters out of a lot of good citizens, but when a creep uses education, money, and a decent background to give him a background of crime, this is real slime. This guy wasn't even domestic. We imported one of my neighborhood buddies. Her name was Ellie. She was fast, frustrated 40, but it wasn't her fault. She spent her manhunting years looking after 5 brothers and sisters and heating the Saturday night bathwater on the stove of the cold water flat. I didn't know there was a guy in the picture till we were talking one night.
Rocky, you got a good head on your shoulders. What do you think I should do?
What's with this Dorothy Dix jazz? Do about what?
Well, now that all the kids except Sammy are married, I'd like to get married, too.
You mean Ellie's got a fella?
Didn't you think it was possible?
Oh, come on, honey, I'm kidding. Who said it wasn't possible? The guy who gets you is real lucky. Only I didn't know there was a guy. Who is he? Where'd you meet him?
I can't tell you, Rocky.
So you picked up a guy. That's something
It's
wrong?
not that I never picked up a man in my life. Only it's not easy for a girl my age to meet eligibles. I answered Nad.
Ellie, you fell for that routine?
So why not? There's some nice refined ads, you see. Most of them are like me, Rocky. They're lonely. I figured I'd maybe meet a nice widower who wanted somebody to look after him.
But you asked me what I thought. Does that mean you met somebody?
That's right, Rocky. Rocky wants to marry me.
Well, how come your brother Sammy never mentioned this? Doesn't he know about it?
No, Rocky, and don't tell him. I know already what he'll say about Elmer.
About who?
Oh, now don't you laugh, Rocky. His name is Elmer Brock.
Ouch.
I met him through an exceptionally well-worded ad. And I consider myself very fortunate. And if you're going to make fun of me, I'm sorry I ever burdened you with my problems.
Oh, now, honey, take it easy. Ellie, you know I love you like you were one of my own. Only you should talk this over with Sammy and let him meet this guy.
Sammy has nothing in common with Elmer. They speak different languages.
What does this guy talk? Hindustan or something?
He happens to be a very cultured and refined gentleman.
So what's a cultured, refined gentleman with so much on the ball doing advertising for company? What's the matter with him?
He's lonely, Rocky. But like I'm lonely. You make people laugh. You got charm. You got lots of friends. You don't know what it's like to sit and have a conversation all by yourself. You sit and you talk to yourself, and then you realize that no words are coming out. It's only your mind can hear you. And you start thinking maybe you're losing your mind. It's a horrible thing to be lonely, Rocky. It's like having a hole in your heart.
Sure, I guess maybe I got a hole in my head, not my heart. I'm sure he's a wonderful guy, Ellie. Sure. I guess you ought to marry him at that.
Thanks, Rocky. Thanks for telling me that.
She thanked me for advising her to marry him. That was almost funny, because I found out a lot of things after that. For example, I found out why she didn't want to tell Sammy and have him meet this Elmer. Ellie knew she shouldn't marry him. She was afraid Sammy would talk her into being sensible. She didn't want to be sensible. She just wanted to be married. So Ellie got her fella and got married. Sammy wasn't too happy about it. 6 months later, he got the real reaction. You know what that sound is? That's a man crying. Crying his guts out. You know what it's like to sit and listen to a grown man? A guy you grew up with tear himself in two. And nothing you can do about it. Just sit and torture yourself. Bleed. And cry inside with him till finally you can't stand it any longer. Stop it, kid. Come on, stop it.
I can't. Rocky, I can't. I can't help it, Rocky.
What's in you, kid? What is it?
It's Ellie, Rocky. Ellie's dead.
I'll give you the details just like the lonely Mr. Fancy Pants from abroad gave it to the coroner at the inquest.
We had been out visiting some friends. My wife had been kind of quiet all evening. Usually she only takes a single drink. This night she had 4 or 5, and they seemed to depress her. When we arrived home, she said she had something on her mind and wanted to drive and think it out alone. Since it had already been a most unusual evening, I didn't question her. I was tired and had a few myself, so I fell asleep immediately and slept quite soundly. I found her in the morning. Evidently she had driven into the garage and fallen asleep at the wheel with the engine running. It must have been an accident.
It was no accident. Ellie didn't drink.
This court finds the deceased, Ellie Brunt, came to her death on the night of December 2nd by inhaling carbon monoxide fumes. Death was accidental.
There was no accident. He killed her, I tell you. He killed her, and I'll kill him.
Oh, easy, kid. Come on, Sam. Quiet. I finally got the kid set on, but the damage was already in. Anything happens to Mr. Fancy Pants, and the kid is booked solid for a one-way trip to Sing Sing. I make coffee time with him and try to bring sense to some plan.
I only know one thing, Rocky. Ellie gave her whole life to raising us kids. For herself, she had nothing. All she knew was work. Take care of the house, go to the movies once a week. Rocky, sure, she wound up with a few grand after the kids got married. She had herself a time.
I know that, Sam. I know your kids were her whole life. And if anything happens to you now, that means she wasted her life.
The other kids got families, Rocky. They can't take any chances. Ellie was all the family I had left. Ellie's dead. And he killed her, Rocky.
The law don't say that, kid. The law says it's an accident. And unless you got proof, you gotta go by the law.
I don't need proof. She was my sister, Rocky. She was all I had. This creep killed her. I got nobody left. Nothing more to lose. Rocky, I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him.
Two things told me the kid's words were immerse. The look in his eye and the bulge in his coat pocket. Sammy was a fighter and a rough-and-go kid, but he never packed a heater. So I had to get to Mr. Fancy Pants and get him to leave town before Sammy killed him. I knew Sammy would take the subway downtown and take the train out to the island where they had their house. Me, with my no-expense account, had to beat him out there. A 15-cent phone call could maybe save me $4 taxi. I invested.
Hello?
Elmer, this is Rocky Fortune.
Oh, I'm glad you called, Rocky. I feel very badly about Sammy. It's horrible enough that Ellie is gone, but can't you possibly convince Sammy that it was an accident?
That's why I'm calling you, pal. I can't convince Sammy. We better do some talking right away.
Well, that's fine. Can you come out here?
Wouldn't do any good. You're having company, and you better not be home when the company gets there.
What you mean?
I mean, Sammy's on his way out, and he's liable to want some target practice for the heater in his pocket. You could be the target. That's all I had to say. 20 minutes and one speeding ducat later. It's open.
I got here as quickly as I could.
I noticed. Sit down and listen to some news, Mr. Brough. Tune in real close, because there ain't going to be a second time.
I'm awfully sorry to do it, Rocky, but if Sammy actually has a gun, I shall be forced to go to the police for protection until I leave town.
Where you going?
Well, I don't know yet. There are too many memories around the house and around the town. You know how it is.
You know, Elmer, somehow I got no tears for you. I think you're a rotten liar. You got Ellie's insurance, you're selling the house, and you're blowing town. A nice, pretty convenient package.
So you think as Sammy does?
Don't put words in my mouth, Mr. Brough. I'm liable to spit 'em back at you. And I'm getting mad. I'm getting real mad, just looking at you. You just gave me the whole bit. I think Sammy's right. Why would a fancy pants like you want with a 40-year-old sweetheart like Ellie? Why would you marry her?
I married her because I loved her.
Nice try, but no cigar, Mac. You married her for the 10 or 11,000 bucks you're in line for.
I won't bother denying anything to you. There's no reason why I should. Ellie's case is closed by the police.
And aren't you real lucky? So Ellie's case is closed, and off you go with the loot. Let's just get a repeat performance on what happened, huh?
I already told you the entire story to the police, and the case is closed.
I just now opened it, Mr. Brough, and I just might open your head.
Take your hands off me.
Stop making with the Shakespearean drama. I'm only making sure you're sitting in that chair, not running to the cops. Not till you satisfy one question that bothers me.
There's no reason for me to have to satisfy you.
It hurts that I should have to disagree with such a distinguished man, but sit still or I'll beat your brains in.
Oh, what do you want to know?
Now you're getting smart. In my head, I've been running over the details. Now, in the first place, like Sammy says, Ellie never went much on the liquor kick. And even if she did get loaded and did fall asleep in the garage with the motor running, who closed the garage door?
Why, I don't remember that it was closed.
You told the coroner at the beginning of the inquest that it was closed.
Yes, I suppose I did.
So I get a picture of Ellie getting out of the car, closing the garage door, getting back in the car, and falling asleep. Something's wrong with that picture, pal.
Well, I didn't want to bring that out, but it bothered me, too. I know what happened. But I didn't want to harm Ellie's memory. She must have committed suicide.
Why didn't the cops say that at the inquest?
I've no idea. There's no use digging that up, Rocky. You can only harm Ellie's memory.
The man's worried about Ellie's memory. That's real touching. It also stinks. That felt real good. That felt right.
Get something straight, Rocky. I can defend myself.
You better get something straight, buddy. If I'm right, you're going to have to.
I'm not going to sit here and have myself set up either as a punching bag for you or a clay pigeon for Sammy. I'm getting police protection while I'm in town.
If you go near the cops, I go to the insurance company and tell them you told me Ellie committed suicide. There was a double indemnity on that policy, and I'll bet you collect double because it was ruled an accidental death.
What do you want me to do?
That's better. I'm calling the shots now, Mr. Fancy Pants, and I'll level with you. I tell Sammy nothing because if I do, he's sure to kill you. That helps nothing. You're going to remove yourself from the local scene as of right now. And I'm going to get you, mister, and I'm going to do it nice and legal. I want you in one piece and very healthy. I'm going to see to it that you get an extra special crew cut in a drape shape with a slit pants leg. We got no case now, but one day you're going to be happy to turn yourself into the cops. Because that's the only way you'll ever get away from me. Make your plans, mister. Play your traveling music because you're traveling fast, and I'm walking behind you. While Fancy Pants gets set for his trip, I call my pal, Sergeant Hamilton J. Finger of the local Gestapo. He verifies what I already know. You need fact to hold a guy for murder. The cops don't play hunches. He gets one bright idea, and he figures the pattern is pretty set. Could be Bruff worked the same gimmick back in the old country. He'd run a make through Scotland Yard. Finger reminded me of something else. If Mr. Bruff is a killer, I stand to lose something mighty important to me, namely my life. With the financial aid of those who lose their heads easily, I'd get set to travel. Bruffs buys the drawing room to Los Angeles 2 days later. Figuring I'm as good as him any day, I buy the same style. Two days later finds us leaving Chicago. I keep low at first, and then accidentally on purpose, just as he's ordering dessert in the diner. How do you spell cyanide, pal? I want to order some dessert for you.
What's the idea, Rocky?
I told you I was working a mustard plaster deal on you. Figured it was time I showed.
What do you want now?
I want to know how you got Ellie so loaded that she sat still while you killed her.
I didn't kill her.
I know, you said that. She committed suicide. Ellie actually committed suicide when she married you. Only you helped to get to the burying stage.
Now, look, Rocky, I'll make a deal with you. You're a young chap. You never had too much money. If you call off this insane chase, I'll give you $5,000.
$5,000. I'm flattered. So you're that afraid of me?
Get something through your head, Rocky. Physically, I'm not afraid of you. This much I'll admit. I married Ellie because I needed the money, her money. I may even have made her slightly unhappy. Unhappy enough to commit suicide. I may even have made her suicide look accidental so I could collect on the double indemnity. But you have proof of nothing. Now be clever. Take the $5,000.
Do you know what Sammy would do to you if I ever repeated this conversation to
Well,
him?
you won't do that. You protected me against Sammy simply because you knew he'd kill me and would have to pay for it. In the eyes of the law, he would have killed an innocent man.
I wonder what would stop me from killing you. I hate you enough to carve your guts.
You better be careful, Rocky. I may just grow to hate you that much, too.
That's when I was sure I was looking into the eyes of a cold-blooded murderer. And he was looking into the eyes of the guy he wanted most to kill. Hey, that's me. Like a flash, it came to me that for a change, I was running off at the mouth much too much. The next stop the train made found me making a collect call to one Sergeant Finger.
As soon as I heard the call was collect, I knew it was you, Rocky. You still with Bruff?
Like chewing gum on a baby, only I got a feeling I may be sorry, Finger, this guy's a killer.
I know. How long a stopover where you are?
Only a couple of minutes, why?
Well, never mind now. There's no time. Listen, I just got word back this guy's wanted in more countries than money. 3 dames had fatal accidents, and he was married to them when they had their accident. Now, we got orders to grab him right away. Now, I tell you what, you have the train held, get the police immediately, and don't you try anything yourself.
What am I using for authority? My chicken inspector's badge?
Yeah, that's right. And if he gets wind of anything, he'll skip. I'll tell you what, I'll rush a wire through to your next stop. It'll verify your story. When you get to Ogden, you show the wire to the authorities and have them hold him. Then call me.
Now I'm working for the cops. What's with the loot, pal?
Talk about that when you get back.
If I get back. I was one nervous Joe when I got back on the train. Here I was back to back with a killer, and I set myself up as a kingpin in his bowling alley. I spend my time keeping a make on my neighbor and my ear glued to the compartment wall between us. I'm concentrating on the sound next door so much, and the lullaby of the rail starts ushering in the Sandman. I fight to stay awake. I lose the fight. A little later, I shake myself awake, happy that I still can. A telegram from Finger. This I need quickly. I could have slept through the delivery, so I ring to find out.
Yes, sir, Mr. Fortune. There was a telegram for you.
Where is it, son?
Well, I started to knock at your door, but the man in the next compartment said you were asleep and didn't want to be disturbed.
My neighbor told you that?
That's right. He said I had a telegram in my hand and...
And you gave him the telegram for me?
Well, I always see you both together, so I figured it would be okay.
By now he knows the whole story.
Did I do wrong?
Man, you just gave me a one-way ticket to paradise, only who wants to be an angel?
I'll go get the telegram from him.
By now it's in pieces. Where are we? How soon do we get into Ogden?
Almost there, sir. About 10 minutes.
Happy to see you up and about, Rocky.
Yeah. I'm tickled to death myself.
Let's get some air.
Who needs it?
Excuse me, sir. I got some things to take care of.
We both need it. For a smart laddie, you make some stupid mistakes. Do you realize you've actually prodded me into killing you?
Nice of me, wasn't it? Look, Ralph. Use that gun and you'll have the whole train on your back in a minute.
Oh, I realize that. I also realize that if I get rid of you before we hit Ogden, there'll be no one to call the police. Most of the passengers are asleep, and there'll be no one in the observation car.
I don't need a diagram, Mr. Accident Specialist. I didn't need a diagram. I was scheduled for a fall, and this time there wasn't even a dame involved. It was a short hike to that observation car, and he was right behind me all the time with a gun in my ribs. The trip back was uneventful. Didn't meet a soul and couldn't make a thing happen. Nothing there but a club car, a bar, and no drinkers. Suddenly the rear doors opened and my future has arrived. My future home, that is. Nestled between two shining steel rails with cinders for my pillow. The man finally made a noise.
Turn around, Rocky. I said turn. That's it. Now start backing towards the guardrail.
It happened. I saw it happen, but I didn't believe it.
Drag him inside, boys.
Yeah, drag me with him, boys. I don't think I can make it alone. I don't know where you guys came from, but I'm sure happy to see you.
Oh, we've had the front, middle, and rear of the train covered since you left your last stop. We were hiding behind the bar when you walked through the club car.
How did you know about it?
Got a call from Sergeant Finger. He was afraid Bruff would try to kill you before you reached Ogden. We couldn't tackle Bruff while he had the gun in your ribs. When he got you outside, the noise made it possible to sneak up on him without being heard or seen.
Why didn't that idiot Finger tell me he was having a train boarded? I just lost 10 years of my life.
Don't be rough on that idiot Finger, Mr. Fortune. His call saved your life.
Yeah, get you in Tenneset to receive some news, pal. I love idiots. From here to eternity.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast included Paula Victor, Tom McKee, John Sutton, Barney Phillips, J. Loft Lynn, and Maurice Hart. Tonight's script was written by Norm Sickle. Andrew C. Love directed.
My back and an invitation to be guest of honor at a Western fashion show, modeling an 18-foot necktie.
Springbok Radio proudly presents Tales from the Seven Seas. Stories specially written for this series by Annette Mackenzie and Jack Mullen, and introduced by Hamish MacLeod.
Is the second city of the Soviet Union, and it is the most important seaport, lying in Kronstadt Bay in the Gulf of Finland. A dredged channel 16 miles long leads to deep water, and the harbor is one of the largest in the world. But the number of foreign ships putting into port there is very small, for obvious reasons. Yet foreign ships do call in there at times, and in the year 1974, the American vessel Wisconsin lay in the harbor. She was captained by a man named Jerry Colwyn from Massachusetts. His knowledge of the sea was profound, and it was to stand him in good stead. I've called my story Hide and Seek.
Going.
Yeah? What is it, Mitch?
The last of the cargo has just been unloaded.
Great. I'm sick of hanging around here. 3 days delay before they started. So much for Russian efficiency.
Yeah. It's kind of funny. Some things in technology, scientific projects are way ahead. But they're downright primitive in others. I just can't get over seeing those little old women sweeping up the dockside with dilapidated floor brushes. I sure wish we'd had a chance to get off the ship and take a walk around Leningrad. I'd like to have a look-see. They say it's a much more western city than Moscow.
So they say, and whoever they are, we'll just have to take their word for it. Not that I'd be in any position to argue anyway, because I've never been in Moscow.
Neither have I. I've never set foot in Russia. That's what I find so infuriating. I can stand here and see a Russian city stretching out in front of me. But I just can't get a close look.
Well, there is one point to be remembered. You can't get into trouble by staying on a ship.
What sort of trouble had you in mind?
Who knows? You have to watch your step in the Soviet Union.
Oh, come on. Things are different nowadays. They don't arrest you just for breathing anymore.
Don't be too sure. On the surface, things may seem to have changed, but not underneath. They're a suspicious bunch.
Yeah?
And to them, even today, every foreigner is still a potential spy. And they still have a very efficient secret police, huh? Not to mention labor camps.
You're scaring me to death. Hey, this wouldn't be a posse of secret police coming up the gangplank, would it?
Many a true word spoken in jest, huh? That's the official party coming to look over to Wisconsin before we cast off. And I'll give you what odds you like. But a couple of them at least are more than plain, ordinary harbor officials.
Yeah?
Well, I better get down there and welcome them aboard.
Hey, Mitch, I've been looking for you.
Hey, what's the hurry?
Can't talk right now, Hank. Something's come up. You seen the captain anyplace? He's not up on the bridge. I've just been there.
Oh, you need glasses. There he is, right over there by the rail, saying a fond farewell to Leningrad.
Oh, thanks. See you later, Hank.
What's wrong? You got a worried look on your face.
Well, maybe I'm overreacting, but I thought I'd better report to you right away.
Report what?
I think we may have a stowaway on board.
What?
Well, earlier this morning, I left a sweater lying on my bunk. I went in the cabin about 5 minutes ago, and the sweater was gone. And not only that, there was a pool of water on the floor. Like someone had been standing there, dripping wet. And my bath towel had been used.
So?
Maybe I'm jumping to conclusions. I mean, I know there could be another explanation, but my first thought was that someone could have swum out of the ship while we were still in harbor and clambered aboard and, well, found his way to my cabin. The door wasn't locked.
That seems unlikely, Mitch. I know a lot of people would like to get out of the Soviet Union, but a man would have to be pretty desperate to dive into the harbor under the noses of so many officials.
Maybe somebody was. Maybe he just got lucky and managed to pull it off in spite of all the security. No matter how heavy the odds, that one chance in 1,000 does come up now and again.
Well, we'll soon find out. I'll give the order to search the ship from bow to stern. Come in.
We found him. Rather, Hank did.
Yeah, and a lifeboat on the starboard side, Captain. Good work. He's shivering with cold. His clothes are still soaking wet. You want me to rustle up some dry things for him? Wouldn't look too good if he died of pneumonia on your hands, Captain. No, it wouldn't. See what you can dig up, Hank.
Oh, okay, Captain.
Now, you stay here, Mitch. I always think it's a good idea to have a witness. That blue sweater he's wearing. That the one that disappeared from your cabin?
Well, that's it, all right.
It was not theft. I borrowed only.
Oh, you speak English?
Yeah, I have learned English, yes.
Well, that's a piece of luck.
No, not luck. English is widely taught in the Soviet Union. But about the sweater, I was very cold. The water was
Forget
cold.
about the sweater. That's the least of our problems. What's your name?
Nikolai Vershinin.
And what are you doing aboard my ship?
Oh, I wish to escape. I am a writer. No longer officially. I was expelled from the Writers' Union. What I write is no longer published because I refuse to disseminate their lies. Yet, still I write. And what I write is copied and circulated in secret.
You're a dissident.
That is correct, yes. But I can do no more in the Soviet Union. My time is over. There remains only the labor camp or the horrors of an insane asylum. That is where they put people who disagree with the regime.
Really?
They say we are mad and treat us accordingly. Oh, but do not misunderstand. I do not fear their punishment. But it will avail nothing to join the millions who have sacrificed their lives. Better to continue my work outside. Every voice, even a small one such as mine, is of value.
So, you're a dissident and you're trying to escape to the West?
That is correct, yes.
Well, I'd like to know how you got aboard without anyone on shore seeing you.
I planned with care. I swam underwater and waited till the officials were boarding, relying on that distraction to give me time to climb aboard.
Very risky.
No. What was at risk? My life. But my life was already at risk.
How did you come to find my cabin?
Oh, I moved quietly around the ship in search of a hiding place. And then suddenly I heard voices. I was afraid of discovery. I tried the door. It was unlocked, and I entered.
And you dried off a bit and borrowed my sweater?
That is so.
Come in. I rounded up some dry gear. Good. I think the best plan would be if you took Mr. Vershinin and showed him where to grab a hot shower. And you better get him something to eat, and after that, bring him back here and we'll go on with our talk. If you'll just go along with Hank, Mr. Vershinin.
Thank you.
Follow me. What do you think, Mitch?
His story seems okay so far.
If it is his story.
What do you mean?
Oh, come on, Mitch. You're not as naive as all that. This whole thing could be a put-up job.
You mean a free passage to America for a Russian spy? I think you're the one who's being naive, Captain. They've got ways of getting their spies into America without the help of the Wisconsin.
Sure they have, but they've also got devious minds. This could be the start of some incident which they could blow up and use to their advantage. They use everything to their advantage. You can't trust them an inch.
What sort of incident had you in mind?
Well, how should I know? I'm not a Russian. But if he's a dissident like he claims, he'd have been under surveillance 24 hours a day. So now, how did he give him the slip?
Captain, I don't think that's really our problem. Anyone claiming political asylum is questioned by the proper authorities stateside. They're the ones who have to accept or reject his story.
Suppose he alters his story when we reach the other side. For example, suppose he accuses us of, or kidnapping or something like that. Wouldn't that be a free gift to the Russians?
You're not sure whether or not to believe his story simply because he managed to pull it off. So it could be that you're just another victim to their propaganda.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Well, that you're giving them credit for super efficiency and leaving no margin for error.
You have a point there. But mainly, I just don't want any trouble. And we're still in Soviet territorial waters.
I know, but, well, you're not really considering throwing him back to the wolves, are you?
Supposing he isn't a political at all. He could be an ordinary criminal, a blackmailer, a murderer.
And suppose he's on the level.
I wish he'd picked another ship to stow away in. I don't like getting mixed up in a thing like this.
Well, maybe when you've talked to him some more, you'll feel better about it.
Mistrust of all things connected with the Soviet Union, and while he could understand someone wanting to escape, it seemed to him that everything had gone too smoothly for the Wisconsin stowaway. There was a nagging doubt in his mind that it was a Russian trick. He couldn't quite see the purpose of it, but that didn't make him any less suspicious. When Nikolai Vershinin had warmed himself with a hot shower and a good meal and changed into dry clothes, he was brought again before Captain Colwyn.
Sit down, Mr. Vershinin. Well, you too, Mitch.
Sir. Thank you, Captain. And I thank you, too, for the food and dry clothes. You have been very kind. And now you have more questions to ask of me, and I will answer to the best of my ability.
Good. Tell me, Mr. Vashinin, when did you concoct your escape plan?
Oh, the general plan has taken shape in my mind some time ago. But it required that the foreign ship be in the correct position in the harbor. Oh, I thought it would not happen in time. And then, the miracle. Your ship lying exactly where I wished it to lie. It was a miracle. I knew they were coming for me. I did not know exactly when, except that it would be soon.
How did you know?
Oh, from the whispers of friends, from the way certain people began to avoid me. The tension was in the atmosphere. I think they were waiting for a big catch. They wished to pull in many fish in their net, and that is why I was not already taken.
Is this the first time you tried to get away, Mr. Vashinin?
This is the first time I've been successful. But I have had plans before the pressure had really begun. At different times I tried to be included in various delegations visiting abroad with the intention of defecting. But I was never an acceptable candidate for foreign travel. And who knows, perhaps it was better so. It is not a simple matter to disappear from a delegation. One is constantly under surveillance.
I would have thought there would be even more surveillance in the dock area.
Oh, there are watchers everywhere. We are taught that the Soviet Union is a paradise. But they do not explain why there are guards to keep us inside.
Yeah, well, but getting back to your actual escape, Mr. Vashinin, what I would like to...
Captain Colwyn, there's a Soviet patrol boat on our trail, pulling up on us fast.
What? Well, I better get up on deck and see what's going on.
Captain Colwyn of the Wisconsin. Captain Colwyn of the Wisconsin. Stop your engines. We wish to come aboard.
Now give me the hailer, Mitch.
Yes, sir.
For what purpose?
We believe you have an illegal passenger on board. Stop your engines. This is an order. You are still in Soviet territorial waters.
I'll give the order.
Stop engines.
Right, sir. Well, I guess there's no doubt now that Vashinin's story was true. Here they are, after him.
Where is he?
Still below. But we can't just hand him over, Captain. You know what'll happen to him.
Yeah, I know. Even if they didn't want him for something else, just trying to escape from the Soviet Union is crime enough.
Can't we hide him?
They'll go over the ship with a fine-tooth comb.
At least we could try. I'm sure he's on the level, Captain. And he almost made it. Can't we give him what chance there is left, no matter how slim it seems?
Well, since they've come after him, it does look as if he was telling the truth, so, okay. We'll give him the slim chance that's left. However, go below, tell him what's going on, and pass the word around that no one answers any questions except me. You got that?
I got it.
And I don't want the search made easy for them. Pass that around, too.
We have reason to believe that you are harboring aboard this ship an illegal personage.
Illegal personage?
A political criminal, an enemy of the Soviet Union, was seen to board this vessel.
You mean I got a stowaway on board?
The man may have boarded without your knowledge. On the other hand, it may be that you are a partner to his crime. If such is the case, there are penalties for flouting the laws of the Soviet Union, and I would again remind you that your ship is in Soviet territorial waters.
I'm well aware of that. Or I wouldn't have stopped the engines when you hailed, Mr.
My name is no concern of yours. Only my official position. Have the man brought here to me immediately.
What man?
Nikolai Vershinin.
And you claim that this man was seen aboard the Wisconsin?
There is he.
If there's one thing I can't abide, it's bad manners. Nor will I be held responsible for any stowaway who's boarded my ship without my knowledge. If your people are so anxious to get to America that they try to circumvent your guards and sneak a free passage, that's your problem, not mine. And you know, keeping all those millions in a lock and key, some of them are just bound to get restless.
You refuse to cooperate, Captain Colwyn?
Look, as far as I'm concerned, I'm giving you the utmost cooperation. I stopped when you told me to stop, and you're here aboard my ship. What more do you want?
I want the criminal Nikolai Vershinin, and I will find him, Captain. Search the ship. 2 men to each search party. Ivanov, come with me. And you, Captain, I shall require you to accompany me. Proceed, Ivanov.
So what's with opening the desk drawers? You're looking for a 12-inch midget?
I do not simply look for the man, but for clues, for evidence.
Evidence of what?
When we find it, then we shall know. Oh, how stupid, how infantile, under the bunk. A canvas roll used as a barricade in an attempt to hide the criminal. Out, Vershinin, crawl out on your hands and knees. The perfect posture for one of your kind.
Hey, what's this? What's going on? Hey, Captain, what's the idea of bringing your visitors into my cabin?
Well, you see, they're looking for a stowaway.
Well, there ain't no stowaway here, and you've just interrupted my yoga exercises. How am I supposed to meditate with a cabin turned into Grand Central Station?
Meditate under your bunk.
Where I do my yoga exercises is my business. Now get out of here.
You are shielding him. Where is he?
Captain, will you get this guy out of here?
You have hidden him well, Captain.
I've hidden nothing and no one.
Ivanov, take the lockers on the left and I will search these. Come out, Vershinin.
You idiot, you've ruined my film. Everyone knows I use this locker as a dark room, and now look, a whole film ruined. I take exception to this, Captain Colvin.
Sorry about that, Hank. He's sort of searching the ship.
Oh, yoga exercises under the bunk. Film developing in a locker. You think I'm a fool?
You really want an answer to that question?
Quiet, Hank.
You think to play games with me, trying to make me appear foolish, but it will do you no good. You will pay for it, and I will find the man I'm searching for.
Yeah, now, what time is it? Oh, yeah. Well, that's it. Hank, pass the word around. The search is over.
Okay, Captain.
Get all the Russians up on deck and count them. And make sure you don't miss any. I want them all off of the ship.
You are wasting your time with your senseless orders, Captain. The search will continue.
I just gave you an order, Hank.
Sure thing, Captain.
And Hank?
Yes, Captain?
Tell the radio operator to stand by. We got the makings of a real international incident here. Russian pirates try to take over an American vessel.
Huh? You are mad. That is an insane accusation.
Listen, follow me, or the radio signal goes out immediately.
I refuse to leave this ship until I have found the man I'm looking for. I'm within my rights to carry out a search, and there will be dire consequences for any obstruction which you try to put in my path.
And there'll be dire consequences for you if you try to remain on board against my orders.
We are on board this ship legally.
You were. When you hailed to Wisconsin. That's why I had no alternative but to stop my engines and allow you on board. Because we were in Soviet territorial waters. But you know something? We're not in Soviet territorial waters anymore. With the engines up, the ship has been drifting, and we've drifted right out of your jurisdiction. Oh, boy. I really went for your yoga exercises under the bunk, Mitch.
Well, I think it was a pretty good delaying tactic.
Say, where's the stowaway?
Hank's bringing him up now.
And they were searching so thoroughly. I didn't think we'd be able to stall him long enough. Where was he hiding?
He wasn't.
What?
It was his idea. I guess he knows their thought process better than we do. He was already dressed in American clothes, and he tagged onto one of the search parties, following them around as if he just couldn't contain his curiosity.
You're saying he not only walked around in the open, but he followed a search party?
He sure did.
Oh, I wish I'd gotten the boss man's name. I'd like to send him a letter telling him how it was done.
Nikolai Vershinin was daring enough to stow away on board the Wisconsin, and he had the nerve to masquerade as an American seaman right under the noses of those searching for him. But there's little doubt that he would have been discovered in the end. for the communists are tenacious, and the search would have continued until they'd found him. It was Captain Colwyn's knowledge of the sea which was the crucial factor in the escape to freedom. He knew that the ship would drift, and he knew that once she drifted out of Soviet waters, he would call off the search. And incidentally, in case you're wondering, Nikolai Vershinin was exactly what he said he was, a genuine refugee from the Soviet Union.
You've been listening to Tales from the Seven Seas, written by Annette Mackenzie and Jack Mullen. Listen next week at the same time to another enthralling story of the sea, produced by Andre Botman.
His hand closed on my airline as I fought for breath inside my diving helmet. The suit pressed tight against me as I used up what little air was left. I had to break his grasp. I had to if I was going to live.
This is Deep Water, a sea story of the one thrilling moment in a man's life that can only be called High Adventure. High Adventure, the top of the world in action drama for men, brought to you by Scholten, makers of Old Spice aftershave lotion, for that top of the world feeling after every shave. Cool, clean, and refreshing as the ocean. That may sound a little bit poetic, but I'd be willing to bet that's the way you'll feel about it when you use Old Spice aftershave lotion. You'll find there's a wake-up freshness about Old Spice lotion that adds real pleasure to your morning shave. And you'll agree with me that Old Spice lotion is the perfect finish for a shave. Uncomfortable razor burn vanishes instantly, and your face feels cool and smooth. Old Spice lotion has a clean, fresh, masculine scent that men prefer, and the handsome ship-decorated bottles are a pleasure for a man to see and to use. No wonder more men buy Old Spice than any other aftershave lotion at $1. Try Old Spice aftershave lotion when you shave tomorrow morning, and you'll use it every time you shave. Now to the High Adventure story, Deep Water, written and directed by Robert Monroe, and told by the man who lived it, Mark Johnson.
I guess Liz and I were meant for each other, corny as it sounds. I never thought she'd wait for me with the war and everything, but she did. That's the kind of gal she is. Not that I didn't expect to come back. Navy salvage diver isn't exposed to terrific danger, at least not from bullets anyway. It was just that there were so many other guys that wanted her. But when I stepped off the train in Grand Central Station, there she was, and it was just like I'd never been away. We were married inside of a week, and the world looked like one big, beautiful oyster. The war was over, we were in love, and there didn't seem to be anything that could stop us. I'd done some diving before the war, and Liz had taken a crack at it, too. We'd always talked about hunting for sunken treasure in the Caribbean or someplace, and, well, we just started making plans right away. We bought a surplus PT boat, ripped out the heavy engines, and stuck in a diesel so the two of us could handle it. We got a hold of a couple of surplus diving rigs, stocked up, and took off. First month didn't net us anything, but we were having fun, so what was the difference? We've been out for a week, and we're heading back into Puerto Plata for supplies.
Take it easy.
What?
Take it easy.
Well, that's a fine way for a sailor to talk. It's supposed to say slack off.
What?
Nothing.
Well, take it easy and watch what you're doing.
What are you going to do, rewrite the book?
I can't hear you.
All right. Hang on. All right, jump up and get the forward line.
Aye, sir.
How you doing?
Got it.
All right, I'll get the aft line.
Okay. Need me help?
No, I got it.
Now, what were you saying?
I said you're the best-looking sailor in the whole Navy.
Bet you didn't.
Honest.
Bet you were being critical again.
No, I wasn't.
What'd I say wrong?
Nothing.
Come on, what'd I say?
Nothing, honey.
All right, Smarty, just for that, I won't cook your dinner for you.
In the Navy, it's chow.
Dinner, chow. What's the difference? You got to take me out.
I was going to anyway.
Oh, tired of my cooking already, huh?
Get down there and put on your face.
I'm going just like this.
Oh, that's what I love about you. You're so formal.
Come on, I'm starving. Where to?
Joe's?
Perfect.
Hey, honey, look at that cruiser.
Where?
Next wharf. Isn't she a beauty?
Yeah, what is it?
Chris Craft, I think.
That's something.
Come on, let's go over and see it, huh?
Over my hungry stomach.
Oh, now,
We'll
Liz.
come back after we eat.
Hey, women.
Stop looking like an abused setter. I'm hungry.
All right. Feel okay?
Mm-hmm.
Happy?
Mm-hmm. You?
Couldn't be more. Come on. Hey, Joe! We're back.
Senor Johnson, please, please, my name is Jose.
That's what I said, Joe.
No, Jose.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Stop it, Mark.
Well, that's what...
Stop it.
Thank you, senor. Now dinner, see?
Ciao.
What's this?
Dinner.
Oh, see. The table in the window?
Sure, it's fine.
And now, what will you have?
I want a huge lobster and any vegetables you got.
Senor?
The same?
2 lobster and...
The way she eats, you'd never think she blew up a couple of days ago, would you, Jose?
What is this blew up?
Oh, it's nothing, Jose. I was down below, my exhaust valve stuck, and my suit blew up just like a balloon. I popped up the surface. Now you go get our dinner, huh?
Blew up, Joe.
Oh, I love that old guy.
You shouldn't tease him.
Ah, he doesn't mind.
I know, but you...
Excuse me, but did I hear someone say something about blowing up?
Oh, yeah.
You're Mark Johnson, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, I'm Harry Paulson.
How do you do? This is my wife.
Well,
Hello.
Mrs. Johnson, I've been waiting for you.
Oh?
Yeah, you see, when I heard you were doing some diving, well, I used to dive myself.
Oh, well, pull up a chair.
Thank you. I noticed you stopped and looked at my boat on the way up.
That Chris Craft yours?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, hey, that's some sled.
Thank you.
What'll she do?
Well, I never really opened her up, but they claim she's good for 38.
Wow.
Like to look it over after dinner?
Oh, and how? Okay, honey?
Now, aren't you glad you waited?
Yeah.
Who blew up?
Oh, that was nothing. I was just kidding Liz here.
Wasn't a joke to me.
Well, what happened?
Well, her exhaust valve jammed, and before she could do anything, she blew topside.
Well, how deep?
It was only about 10 fathoms.
I've seen divers get the bends in 10 feet of water, much less 60 or 70.
Well, Liz here's tough. I put her right down again and decompressed her slowly.
It was nothing.
Yeah, you were lucky, Mr. Johnson.
Oh, I don't know.
What are you diving for?
Anything we find.
Jose said you were working Silver Shoals.
He did?
The Plate Fleet. That's what everyone's after.
Yeah, I guess so.
How much is supposed to be down there?
19 million, they say.
Oh, I made a try for it myself once.
Well, I wonder what's keeping Joe with the food.
Don't be impatient. It takes time to broil a lobster.
Yeah.
I'd like to join up with you, Johnson.
Oh, well, we really don't
I know
need...
these waters pretty well. I think I might be useful.
Oh, but isn't that...
Besides, I'm an experienced diver.
Yeah, I know, but...
What do you say?
Well, you see, this is sort of a honeymoon for us.
Oh, I understand.
Why not, Mark?
Huh?
I mean it. Mr. Paulson
Look, call me Harry, huh?
He could help a lot.
How?
Frightens me a little when you're down there, if anything should happen to you. Well, I just don't know enough about it yet.
Well, Liz, this is...
I know, but we're an old married couple now. I'd be a lot happier.
You mean that?
Yes, Mark.
Oh, let's forget the whole thing, huh? I'm sorry I brought it up.
No. If it's all right with Liz, it's all right with me.
Well, I feel funny
No
about the
need
whole...
to. No need to. It's all set.
You sure?
Sure. Okay, Liz?
Sure, honey.
I better get my gear together. When are we shoving off?
First thing in the morning, as soon as we're stocked.
I'll be ready. So don't forget to stop over and see the boat after dinner.
Kind of tired. Think I'll go right to bed.
Well, look, maybe...
Mark will be over, though.
You better count me out, too, Paulson.
Okay. I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah. Sure. Liz and I didn't talk much that night when we got back to the boat, but after we turned out the light, I lay there thinking, and I decided I'd been pretty much of a horse's neck to act the way I did. Maybe Liz was right. After all, she was a woman, and I guess they worry about things that never enter a man's head. Made up my mind I was going to apologize first thing in the morning. When I woke up, I looked at my watch and realized I'd overslept an hour. I looked over at Liz's bunk, but it was empty. She wasn't anywhere in the boat either. Funny. She'd never done that before. I ducked into the galley and got the coffee going. There's 1, 2, that's 3. Now a match. Yeah. Oh! Blessed little...
Did you handle all that?
Yeah, it's got it.
Pile some more on me, huh?
That's all right.
All right. Come on.
Okay.
I do. Watch your step now.
Oh, I'm an old hand.
I'll help you. Anytime.
That's not coffee.
Yeah?
Come on. Morning, sleepyhead. So you finally got up, huh?
Morning, Mark.
Hello.
Don't I get kissed?
Coffee will be ready in a minute.
It's always an old grouch in the morning.
Where'll I put these things?
Oh, I'm sorry. On the bench over there.
Phew, they were getting heavy.
How's the coffee coming?
I'll take care of it.
Don't be so gloomy.
What a day, Liz.
Honey, if you think Jose's funny at night, you ought to see him in the morning. You two get on beautifully. You could grumble away at each other to your heart's content.
He wouldn't sell us everything we wanted.
Said it wasn't fit food for the sea.
Joe's only been open for 15 minutes.
Huh?
I've been up for a half an hour.
It's taking that coffee solo.
It's ready.
Good. I think we got everything. We can shove off whenever you say. Thanks.
How'd you make this?
2 to a cup. What's the matter with it?
Nothing, dear. It's very good.
Tastes all right to me.
Well, thanks.
What do you say? Shove off?
Yeah, I guess so.
You take it easy, Liz. I'll get the lines.
Gonna live like a queen with 2 men aboard.
Come on, Mark.
Yeah.
You handle the engine okay?
I think so.
We'll holler when you're ready, huh?
Yeah.
Ready?
Okay.
Clear on the bow. Clear on the stern. Okay, Mark, take her away. All clear. Hey, you can really handle this thing.
Thanks.
Nice takeoff, Skipper.
Yeah.
Honestly, Mark.
Well, where to?
I don't know. Thought we'd go out to the shoals, just kind of look around.
Oh, that's no way to go treasure hunting.
No?
Look, according to my information, the last contact in 1935 was made at 70-10-2050. There's been a lot of dives since then, but that was the last one that really brought anything up.
Well, let's start there.
Of course, the tides have probably moved the wreck some, but it's worth a try. Okay?
Okay.
Good. Where am I going to bunk?
Up forward in the forecastle.
I'll go stow my gear.
Bring you some blankets in a minute.
I'll come up and spell you as soon as I get settled, Mark.
Really, Mark, don't you think you're being a little silly?
Am I?
I think you are.
You better go up and take care of your guest.
All right. I will.
A little more on that. There. I hope we find something today.
Yeah.
There. The belt too tight?
No.
Okay, Liz, start the pump. I still think I ought to go down.
Well, you've been down every day for a week.
And on your feet. You'd think we'd find something in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Pressure's up.
Nothing to it today, not more than 100 feet of water.
I know.
Grab the ladder.
All right. Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Here comes your lid. Intake.
Check.
Exhaust.
Check. Check. Yeah.
No, I think the thing's here. How you doing, Mark?
Where's Liz?
Oh, she went below. Why?
Nothing.
I'll handle you.
Uh-huh.
I'll give you your 25-foot levels.
Okay.
Yeah, there's your first one.
Right.
How you feeling?
Getting cold.
You're lucky. Like an oven up here.
I know. Give me more air.
Okay. Not too much. That's 50.
Right.
How's your visibility?
Not bad.
Tell better when you get to the bottom.
Yeah. More air.
Take it easy.
I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, but...
More air.
Okay. There's 75.
Right.
Want to rest a minute?
No. Start easing off.
Check. down yet?
No. More air.
You're getting...
More air.
Yeah. You're down yet?
Nope.
You're out at 100 now.
I keep feeding.
Right.
Bottom.
Good. How's visibility?
About 50 feet.
Now, how's the bottom?
Sandy. Level. Slopes off to the south. Coral reef north. Lots of vegetation.
See anything?
No. Look, keep my lines taut. I don't want to get stuck in this sand.
Right. How's it feel?
Well, it seems firm.
Never can tell.
No. You got my lines up?
Yeah.
I'm moving out.
Take it easy. How you doing?
Okay. Wait.
What's the matter? You all right?
Shark. He didn't see me.
You want to come up?
No, he's gone.
I remember once off Florida.
Now keep my lines up.
Yeah.
It's tough going.
See anything yet?
No. As soon as I get out around this reef,
Take it easy. Only been down 10 minutes.
I want to get a look down the slope.
Watch your air.
Yeah. A couple of feet more. Paulson.
Yeah?
Something up ahead.
What?
I can't tell yet.
Look like a ship?
It might be.
Come on up.
What?
We'll both go down this afternoon.
You crazy?
Come on.
No.
Okay.
I'm getting closer.
See it yet? See it?
Yeah. It's a ship, all right.
What kind?
Can't tell. Topside's all gone. Hull's half buried.
Get closer.
Yeah. The high quarterdeck.
That's it.
Must be
What's the matter?
air.
What?
I'm losing air.
Harry, the pump stop.
What?
Give me air, Paulson.
Pump stop.
Must be out of gas, huh?
Give me air.
Hurry.
Yeah.
Air.
Hang on, Mark. Hurry.
Air.
Mark.
Excitement and danger when a man is trapped in the treacherous depths of the sea and his thin lifeline in the hands of a stranger. But excitement and danger are nothing new here, for these are the keynotes of high adventure. You know, I feel a little out of breath myself, and I'd better not be, because I have a couple of important things to say. First, I want to talk to you about the well-known importance of good grooming in every man's everyday life. That's one reason why so many men make a habit of finishing every shave with Old Spice aftershave lotion. Once you've tried Old Spice lotion, I'm sure it'll become a part of your daily grooming you'll never want to miss. But that's only one reason for using Old Spice lotion. Another big reason is the wonderfully cool and comfortable feeling it gives your face when you finish shaving. There are two generous sizes of this quality lotion, $1 and $1.75. Look for the handsome red Old Spice cartons at drug and department stores everywhere. And remember, Father's Day is June 18th. To give Dad that top-of-the-world feeling on Father's Day, give him Old Spice. Everything Dad can want for real shaving comfort and pleasure. Old Spice aftershave lotion, shaving creams, talcum, cologne, and soap in handsome sets priced from $1.50 to $6. Now, back to Deepwater, the high-adventure story of a man who found a treasure ship in danger waiting on the bottom of the ocean. And told here by that man, Mark Johnson.
They got the air down to me in time and brought me to the surface. Liz said if Harry hadn't acted as fast as he did, the accident might have been more serious. But was it an accident? I didn't know. Liz had checked that pump before I went down. If it had been empty, surely she'd have noticed it. She didn't say anything more about it, and I wasn't going to bring the subject up. I couldn't afford to be wrong. Liz suggested that we head back to port and have a doctor check me over. I told her I'd be all right, but she wouldn't listen. It took us 2 days to get back to Puerto Plata, and they made me stay in my bunk the whole time. By the time we made port, I was feeling fine, but Liz insisted that I stay on board while she went for the doctor. A half hour after she left, Paulson said he wanted to take a look at his boat and left me alone. I waited for an hour, then I got restless and headed up to Joe's.
You're good? Johnson.
Hello, Jose.
Jose?
Huh? Oh.
You do not want to joke, eh? You are tired, see?
Oh, I'm okay.
Senor Paulson said you are sick.
No, I'm okay.
You want a drink, see?
Yeah, give me whiskey.
Okay.
You see Paulson?
See?
How long ago?
Oh, maybe half hour. He talked to the boss.
Huh?
He talked to the boss.
What boss?
Whiskey, senor.
What boss, Jose?
Man, what on the boat?
What boat?
Chris.
Chris Kraft?
See?
You mean that's not Paulson's boat?
No, senor.
Hmm.
You do not drink?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Senora's medicament, she's ready.
What?
Senora's medicament.
Liz didn't order any medicine.
See, Senor Paulson, he came this morning and wanted medicament for Senora.
Must be a mistake.
No, not mistake. He says Senora come later.
Let me see it.
It's all wrapped.
Let me see it.
Okay. It's all wrapped.
Must be a mistake.
No. Medicamente, see? Senor, the wrapping.
Veronal. 10% barbituric acid. This is poison.
See?
Why?
Maybe.
Listen, Joe.
Uh-huh.
I think this is a mistake. Liz doesn't want this stuff, but I gotta know.
No, it's not.
I want you to wrap this up again, you understand?
See?
Don't say anything to Liz when she comes in.
See.
Now hurry up. I'll prove it was a mistake.
You see, Jose is not wrong.
You all right, Mark?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Well, when you weren't at the boat, we thought you might have gotten sick.
I just got restless.
Well, the doctor's down at the
What
dock.
took you so long?
Well, he was out on a call when I got there.
Uh-huh.
That's right. I ran into Liz outside his office.
I believe you.
Come on, Mark. I don't like to keep him waiting.
Sure. You want to pick up anything while we're here?
Can't think of anything, can you?
Nope. See you, Joe. I sure like that sled of yours, Paulson.
Thanks.
Maybe we can take a spin in her before we shove off.
Yeah, maybe.
Say she's good for about the... What's the matter?
You two go ahead.
Huh?
Just remembered I want to get some eggs at Joe's. I'll catch up to you.
Everything fell into place, but none of it made any sense unless they'd known each other before. It didn't seem possible that Liz could... Yet they say under the right circumstances, anybody is capable of murder. I had to be sure. I had to be. The doc checked me over and said I was in perfect shape. Paulson was anxious to get back to the wreck, so we shoved off that afternoon. That night, I got out of my bunk while Liz was asleep, found the poison in her locker, and threw it overboard. When I got back in the bunk, I lay there listening to the water slapping against the hull, thinking it all over. I decided there was only one thing to do. First dive I made, I'd pretend I was in trouble and call topside for help. If Liz came down, I'd know I was wrong. If she didn't, it'd be too late to do anything about it anyway. When we got out to the wreck, Paulson suggested I make the first dive. Liz was handling my lines, and I knew it wouldn't be long.
That's 75, Mark.
Right?
How do you feel?
I'm okay.
Don't rush.
Start slacking off.
Right.
Hold it.
What's the matter?
Coming down alongside the wreck. Move me over about 30 feet.
Which way?
South.
Right.
A little more.
Right.
That's got it. Now, lower away.
Uh-huh. Down yet?
Nope. I'm aboard.
Where'd you land?
Right amidships. I'm working my way aft.
Watch your lines.
Yeah.
How you doing?
I'm getting there. There's a hatch here. It's jammed. There, I got it.
Take it easy.
I'm going in. Now.
What, Mark?
The line's fouled.
What?
Line's fouled in the rigging.
Can you work them loose?
No. No. Help me, Liz.
Harry, Mark's in trouble.
Help me.
You gotta go down.
Liz.
I'm gonna leave your phone for a minute, Mark. Hang on.
Yeah. Well, that's that.
Harry's on his way.
Yeah.
I'm going to switch you over to his phone, Mark.
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
I'm coming down your lines. Hang on.
Yeah.
Won't take me a minute.
I know.
I got 50 feet already.
That's 75, Harry.
Right. More here, Liz.
Hurry.
Start slacking off.
Right.
I'm over the wreck, Mark.
Yeah.
Bottom. Where are you?
Aft.
Check.
Find him?
I see him.
Over here, Paulson.
Let me help you, Mark.
Is he all right?
Let me...
No. No, you don't. Let go my line.
What? I'll get him free.
Yes.
What are you doing?
Let go my line.
It's better. Now, Paulson.
Mark.
I can't get up.
See how you like it.
Get away.
What's the matter?
Let go of my lines.
Fun, huh?
Here. Please. Here.
Stop it.
How's it feel?
Stop it.
Don't. There.
Mark.
When I signal, bring us up. All right, help me with this lid.
Yes.
There.
Will he be all right?
He'll be okay.
What happened?
Maybe your guest will tell you. Come on, Paulson, snap out of it.
My wreck. Mine.
What?
You can't have my wreck.
Nobody wants it.
What's he saying?
Open your eyes. That's better. Now look at me. Why did you do it?
My wreck. I found it 2 years ago. No more money.
He had a boat.
It wasn't his. Well, go on.
Had to use your gear. Then when we found the wreck, it tried to kill you.
What do you mean?
Turned off the pump.
It wasn't out of gas.
No, just turned it off. But she came out.
Yeah. What about the poison?
She made me promise not to tell.
Paulson. Not to tell what, Liz?
He saw me going to the doctor's.
Doctors?
Remember the time I blew up?
Yeah?
I didn't feel well after that. As soon as we got back to port, I went to the doctor. Said I'd strained my heart badly.
Heart?
Yeah. That's why I wanted someone else along, so if anything happened to you... He said I couldn't dive again.
That's why you went off by yourself?
Yes.
The medicine was for you?
A sedative. Harry knew about it. He must have been afraid to have it on board. First night out, he stole it.
Yeah. Why didn't you tell me?
I couldn't. I knew how much you love excitement and fun, and I didn't want to spoil it.
Honey.
Said I had to be very careful. I might last 50 years or 5 minutes. That's not fun. I wanted so much
Let's
to
get
be...
this scow back to port.
No more diving for treasure.
Oh, there's nothing down there worth having. It's all up here, honey.
Is it?
Come on. We got about 50 years of rocking to do.
Deep Water, a story of one thrilling moment in a man's life that can only be called high adventure. As Mark Johnson, you heard John Larkin, with Connie Lemke, Maurice Tarplin, and Ross Martin. The High Adventure Orchestra was conducted by Lou Davies. Until next week, when you can again hear High Adventure as part of the new hour and a half of mystery and adventure on NBC, this is George Hogan saying, wherever you are, those around you live it. And perhaps you yourself will meet it someday. We call it High Adventure.
From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Tarzan and the Pirates of Cape Bandera.
For some weeks, Tarzan had been working on the small boat he kept near his seacoast cabin. The sails had been mended, the seams caulked, and the deck and cabin revarnished. Now his mighty muscles bulged as he carried aboard casks of drinking water and great hampers of provisions. Suddenly his nostrils quivered and his eyes darted to the shore, for the scent of a gomangane, a native, was mingled with the salt air. His hand moved instinctively to his great hunting knife. But the hand relaxed and the tenseness disappeared as he recognized the Punya native who stepped from the brush onto the narrow strip of beach.
Tarzan! Tarzan!
Up on Natisa. I'm out here on the dock.
Tarzan fixed boat? Go away?
Yes, Natisa. Yes, I've planned for a long time to take my tiny vessel around the Cape and up the eastern coast.
Cape of Good Hope, many moons distance. Is dangerous trip for small boat.
Well, I've never been particularly noted for avoiding danger. But I think the sea will offer fewer enemies than the jungle.
No, Tarzan cannot go. Not now.
Oh, I suppose I can't go because I'm needed here, huh? All right, Natisa, tell me why you have come. What troubles of the people of Punya now?
Ugano not agree who own 3 head cattle with Karogo. Mama Nagama has much trouble with boy Torgo, who want hunt all day, not go missionary school. Sui throw mud on clean wash of Zareba. Chief say to Natisa, get Tarzan. Bring back to settle trouble.
Natisa, your report of the terrible troubles of the Punya tribe makes me more resolved than ever to leave on this trip. I'm afraid I've taken too much responsibility for your people. I weaken them by making all their decisions.
But what they do?
They will settle their own disputes. Now I know how a president feels when he leaves on a vacation, or a king when he hands the reins to a prime minister. Yes, Natisa, I'm leaving on a vacation.
Tarzan take Natisa with him on occasion?
Well, if the messenger they sent for me doesn't return, they'll surely have to settle their own problems, huh?
You take Natisa, huh?
You shall be first mate, second mate, chief cook, and crew. Natisa, I know a lovely spot along the coast, a narrow strip of land that's completely secluded. The fish grow larger, the wild fruit richer, and the ocean bluer. For once, I shall know peace at Cape Bandera.
But even as Tarzan and Natisa sailed in the direction of the beautiful Cape, the same narrow strip of land was being discussed in a waterfront dive in Tarak, melting pot of the roughest collection of seamen from Singapore to Caracas.
Whoever heard of sailing out of Cape Bandera? There's no trade there, Mr. Gottlieb.
You're so right, Captain Hilk. Even the few natives who used to live there have moved to the mainland.
So why should we pick that deserted place for our home port?
You'll find out in good time.
I'll know before I sign. What ports are called and what cargo?
We'll sail any place where they'll buy merchandise without asking questions. And our cargo will consist of whatever we find in the holes of the native dhows that ply the coast.
Pirating, Mr. Gottlieb?
Are you too weak-livered for that business?
No, I'll do anything for money. But I'm not running a pirate ship for regular skipper's wages. You want Captain Helk, it'll be double wages and shares.
Double wages and shares it'll be, for you and your crew. Can you get the men you'll need?
I can pick them all up on the waterfront before nightfall. I look for only 3 features in a privateer.
3 features?
Holes in the soles of their shoes, scars on their faces, and big hands.
Huh?
It works out. If a man has holes in his shoes, he's desperate enough to play my game. The scars prove he's been in a knife fight or 2, and he's been the one to walk away. And the big hands guarantee that he can throttle a man without giving him time to let out a squawk. When do we sail, Mr. Gottlieb?
As soon as the guns and ammunitions are brought to the dock. That'll be shortly after dark.
I'll have my crew ready.
Now you know why I selected a lonely spot like Port Bandera as a base. No one will interfere with our little game there.
Heaven help anyone who tries. With a crew of cutthroats we'll have aboard.
We'll continue with our story in just a moment. Many moons had passed, and Tarzan and Natisa had rounded the southern tip of Africa and had progressed as far as the harbor of Tarak on the eastern coast.
We head for land to hunt meat?
No, Natisa, we'll trade some hides for a few supplies here and wait for our hunting until we arrive at Cape Bandura.
This big harbor, many ships. What big ones with no sails?
Oh, those are steamers. They carry cargo to distant ports.
And boats with strange sails?
Oh, those are the lateen sails the Arabs use. And apparently none of the fleet's going out today. I don't understand the inactivity here.
Many men on pier?
Yes, they're just standing around talking. None of them is loading cargo.
Maybe afraid of sharks. Natisa see fins of many sharks in harbor.
Yes, I see them too, but I hardly think that... Natisa, look at that lone Arab on the end of the wharf.
He jump in water right near sharks.
Grab the tiller, Natisa. I'm going in after him.
No, Tarzan. He jump in. You're not in.
He won't stand a chance with those long Arab robes. Guide our boat to the dock, Natisa.
Tarzan, watch out. Killer shark head for Arab.
It was a race as Tarzan attempted to intercept the shark as it glided rapidly toward the helpless Arab. But despite Tarzan's powerful strokes, the shark reached its goal first. It rolled over and the jagged teeth gleamed wickedly. But before they could sink into its victim, Tarzan's hunting knife found its mark in the killer's sleek belly. The shark leaped high into the air, its tail flailing the water. And then it dove to strike back at its attacker. The churning sea was red with blood as Tarzan wrestled the monster onto its back again, and once more the knife sank into the white underbelly. Again, and again, and again. The shark shuddered convulsively. The thrashing of the powerful tail ceased. The shark was dead. Tarzan took a few strokes and then swam down and placed his arm around the Arab. He hoisted the inert figure onto the nearby pier. Then, grinning broadly, he clambered onto the rough-hewn dock.
Jungle man, save Ismail. Ismail, jump into sea.
Ranger, save him from shark.
What happened?
Best roll him over on his stomach. Try to pump some of the water out of him. Your fellow Arabs seem to have lost interest in you quickly. Let's see if I can return you to this world. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale.
Natisa, tie boat to pier, Tarzan.
Good. Inhale. Exhale.
He come to life?
I think so. Then perhaps he'll solve what has always been a great riddle to me. How a man can fight for survival from the time he leaves his mother's bosom and then seek to die by his own hand. You have a fine house here, Ismail Ben Ahmed.
Before the month is past, it will no longer be mine, Tarzan.
Oh, you've had business reverses, huh? That's why you attempted to end your life?
Reverses? You speak in mild tones. Tarak is the shipping point for materials brought across the Sahara. Ivory, ostrich feathers, hides, tea, curry powder, other things. Until this week, I was the owner of 4 ships.
And what happened?
I lost them all, every one of them. And each was loaded to the gunnels with rich cargo. I'm wiped out. The work of a lifetime swept away.
By storms? Oh, but surely the captains of your ships must have had warning of their approach.
The storms that have befallen the ships of Ismail and his brothers give no warning, for they are man-made.
Man-made storms?
Perhaps I speak too vaguely. It is the manner of the Arab. I mean that my vessels, as well as those of many other small ship owners, have been robbed and then sunk by pirates.
Pirates in this day and age?
That is why the bales of cargo are piled high on the wharfs, and no one dares make a move to load the ships. Those who still have ships are afraid to let them venture forth.
But there must be means of combating these pirates.
They have sleek, motor-driven ship that easily overtakes the swiftest of our fleet. Our men are brave, But the enemy consists of huge, savage men who climb aboard and strangle those who resist.
It seems incredible.
Sharks have fed well on the proof of the end private's infamy. But you have heard enough of Ismail Ben Hamid's troubles. You have saved my life. Is there some manner in which I can be of service to you?
We came ashore to refill our casks with fresh water and to trade a few hides for some provisions.
Your native companion can fill the casks at the clear spring in my courtyard. And it will be my pleasure to supply the provisions you need.
You're most kind. I wish there were some way in which I could help you, though, in your trouble.
Perhaps when you resume your voyage, you may see the vessel of the pirates. They have always struck at night, and although a few of our seamen have escaped, they have been unable to give an adequate description of the pirate craft.
And if you had a description?
The government would send a naval police and comb the waters for it. But of course, without a description...
Well, when we have stocked our modest galley, we will head for the sea again. But I doubt that a pirate ship will frequent the waters near such an unprofitable district as that of our destination, the quiet cove of Port Bandera.
Catch the hawser, Natisa.
Throw it rope, Tarzan.
There. Now fasten it well around that tree.
It's tied.
It's good to have my feet upon the earth again. Well, Natisa, this is Port Bandera. Do you like it?
Oh, it's a beautiful place. But why we anchor at edge of beach, not sail into cove?
Because for the first time I've arrived to find another vessel here before me. Didn't you see that ship nestled beneath the overhanging bows?
No. Is pirate ship, maybe?
No, I hardly think so, for Ben Ahmed said they used a motor-driven ship, and the one moored there is an antiquated sailing vessel. Still, I thought it best to take no chances.
We make camp here?
We'll cache our supplies near here, and then we'll walk to the anchored ship and find out whether they're friends or foes.
The vessel, half hidden by the overhanging trees at the edge of the cove, was, as a matter of fact, the pirate ship of Mr. Gottlieb and his skipper, Captain Helk. During the past months, they had reaped great profits. But even financial success does not always lead to a feeling of security. And as Helk and Gottlieb stood on the deck of their moored ship, they argued the point.
I still think the naval police may find us even here.
In the name of heaven, Captain Helk, why should you worry? If they look for anything, it will be for a sleek motor ship, and we have sails.
Anyone with half an eye could see we aren't rigged to use them.
Look, when we sail, we're a trim, speedy craft. When we're in hiding, we're a shabby old sailing vessel. Who's going to examine our rigging or inspect the fake shell with which we cover our modern hull?
Well, I'd feel a lot safer if we had more fighting men.
Excuses. I told you to get as many men as you needed, Captain Helk.
I got as many as I could trust who lived up to my requirements. Ahoy there!
Who are you shouting at?
Ahoy! A huge, powerful white man and a native.
Well, don't let them come aboard. One of our crew might come up on deck and then...
I want him on deck. May need a little help in convincing this man that he should join us.
Join us? A stranger we know nothing about?
He meets my requirements. He's the most powerful man I've ever seen. He has great hands, obviously. He can't afford shoes. He has a scar on his forehead.
May we come aboard?
Yes, of course. I'll lower the ladder. Go below and tell the men to crouch by the companionway.
What about the native?
I'm only interested in the giant. We'll Shanghai him. And we'll feed the native to the sharks.
In just a moment, we'll return to our story of Tarzan and the Pirates of Cape Bandera. The tone of those aboard had been friendly, and so Tarzan and Natisa climbed the ladder without great suspicion. At the top of the ladder, Mr. Gottlieb stood in a gesture of friendship, a smile on his face. But there was no smile on the face of Captain Helk, nor on the cruel faces of the burly seamen who crouched behind him in the shadow of the companionway.
Now remember, keep still until Mr. Gottlieb and I have worked him over to the edge of the companionway here.
Right.
Kellen, you and Bella grab the native. The rest of you gang up on the white man.
Right, Skipper. We got it,
Okay.
We got it.
And I want no mistakes. If you let that giant run loose around here...
We got guns.
And we know how to use them.
I want him alive. Pinion his arms so he can't do any damage.
What about the native?
I don't care what happens to the native. Quiet now.
Well, we hardly expected callers in this lonely port.
How did we expect to see others? I've spent many months here in the past without catching sight of another human.
It's a great pleasure to welcome strangers. Here, let me give you a hand. My name is Gottlieb.
I am Tarzan, and my companion's name is Natisa.
Welcome, Tarzan, Natisa.
Jumbo, Juana Gottlieb.
Come, I'd like you to meet our captain. Mr. Helk's one of the finest navigators on the coast.
Good. There's much I have to learn about the sea.
All right, man.
Natisa and I sailed around the Cape, but I still find that...
What is this? Hold him, man! You're not getting away! Bertie, grab his other arm!
No, not throw Natisa over rail. No, Natisa not swim. No.
Let me go! I must save Natisa!
He's floundering in the water! Finish him off! Well, that takes care of the native.
I've never seen such cruelty. Even without your gunfire, Natisa would have died. He couldn't swim.
That's very unfortunate.
You greet us with friendship, and then you commit murder.
Those are harsh words for a man who's being held by 6 of the roughest men of Africa.
We meant you no evil when we boarded your ship. Why did you kill my friend? Why do you hold me captive?
It's just a slight precaution. Your friend could be of no use to us, but Captain Helk here feels that you would be an addition to our crew.
Is this the way in which you recruit seamen?
In our business, we have to be sure of a man before we permit his arms to be free to grasp at a knife.
Yes, you're wise. Were I free...
But you're not free. Nor will you be unless you throw your lot in with us.
We treat our crew well. Double salaries and shares.
Double salaries and shares? I see. What must one do in order to earn this great amount?
First, a few questions to you. How did you earn that scar on your forehead?
When I was a young boy, I had a death struggle with Bolgani, the gorilla.
With a gorilla? I guess you can take care of yourself.
How are your finances, Tarzan?
I have seldom had use for money.
But I guess you have no objection to it, eh?
If I had a distaste for money, would I have traveled a great distance to join your pirate crew?
He knows who we are.
How did you know?
A true privateer gives no information of that kind. Surely you know that. Isn't it enough that I am as strong as 3 men, that I have taken great pains to reach you, and that I thirst for the life of a pirate?
That's good enough for me.
Release him, men. Welcome to our gentle crew, Tarzan.
Mighty tasty, mighty tasty.
Dig in, Tarzan. You won't find better grub on any galley on the 7 seas.
It should be good. Meat from the cattle boat sailing from port side. Fruits and spices on their way from the Indies. Delicacies from every land in the world.
Have some of this wine, Tarzan. The blood of a dozen men have paid for it.
That should make it taste sweeter.
Oh, you're quite a joker.
Incidentally, Tarzan, I'm the captain of this ship. So far, I've been lenient with you. But when we put to sea, I'll have no breach of discipline.
I was unaware that I had broken any rules.
The crew is limited to certain parts of the ship. Your only duty is fighting. After this, I do not want to find you snooping about the engine rooms or the carpenter shop.
It was just natural curiosity.
Natural curiosity sometimes leads to unnatural deaths.
But Tarzan had already completed his snooping. Now he knew the secrets of the pirate ship, the manner in which the vessel was disguised, the hiding place of much of the stolen cargo. The task remaining before him was to return to his own small vessel, make his way to Tarak, and there inform the naval police of the description and whereabouts of the ship that had been terrorizing the seas. But when, after several days, he managed to sneak ashore, he found his boat gone. And even as he searched vainly for it, the missing dhow made its way unsteadily to the dock at Tarak.
You there, in the boat. Throw me your rope.
Mateo, here.
Now then, give me your hand. I'll help you into the dock.
Oh, Santa.
You look as though you've been in some sort of a drunken brawl. You shouldn't be roaming around the harbor.
Please, me sick. Almost drowned. Sail many days. No food or water.
A likely story. What's your name?
Me, Natisa.
Where are the papers for your boat?
Papers?
Come. I'm Lieutenant Kirby of the Naval Police.
And we haven't time these days to fool about with those who can't keep papers in their vessels.
Natisa not know about papers.
I suppose you've stolen the boat.
Please, Natisa not steal anything. He bring back boat belong Tarzan. Tarzan captured by bad men at Cape Bandera. Maybe are pirates.
Oh, now I've heard everything. Now you come along with me. In the morning, when you've sobered up, we'll find out the real story about this boat and where you got it.
Please, Tarzan in bad trouble.
And so are you, my friend. So are you.
Unable to find his boat and thus return to Tarak, Tarzan had gone back to the pirate ship. The ship made several journeys during the next few days, but the profits were not great, and the newest member of the crew was not in high favor.
I can't understand it, Tarzan. 3 raids you've been on, and you've managed to queer things every time. If we weren't short-handed as a result of your stupidity, I'd send you over the rail right now.
I'll do better tonight. What's our target?
We're going to attack a port instead of a ship. And the stakes are high this time.
Is it safe to attack a port?
It's never safe to be a pirate. But the wharf at Tarak is groaning with cargo. And if they won't send it out in their ships, we'll go in and get it.
And there better be no careless mistakes this time, Tarzan. If there is a mistake, we may sacrifice one of our crew.
You sent for me, Commander?
Yes, Ben Ahmed. Lieutenant Kirby here arrested a native who couldn't prove ownership of a dhow. He claims you know him.
Well, I assured the commander it was just a tall story, but he thought it best to check with you.
What's the native's name?
I just sent a turnkey to get him. What did he say his name was, Kirby?
He said his name was Natisa.
Natisa? He's the native that accompanied Tarzan to Cape Bandera.
Yeah, that's what he said, but
Kirby, I told...
Ismail bin Ahmed, tell them you know Natisa.
I have already told them. What has happened to the man who saved my life?
Tarzan captured by bad men. They think they kill me. Natisa believe a pirate.
Where is their port?
Was at Cape Bandera.
Commander, I insist that the naval police ship proceed to Cape Bandera at once.
You don't have to insist, Ben Ahmed. I'm quite in agreement. The 2 of you may come along. We'll be ready to leave within the hour. The ship's carpenter had skillfully removed the camouflage of the sleek pirate vessel. The dummy sails had been reefed, and the great diesel motor was driving the ship toward the port of Tarak. The forward deck bristled with guns, and the fierce crew stood at their stations, ready to pillage the wharf.
We'll be landing in a few minutes now. Kellen, you man that big forward gun. Keep it trained on the dock.
Yes, sir.
Murphy, you take charge of the loading. Mr. Godliff, be prepared to relay orders to the engineer and wheelman.
Right.
The rest of you come with me. We'll do the necessary fighting. And don't forget Tarzan. I've got my eye...
What is it, Captain Elk?
Boat leaving the dock. Stop the engines, douse the lights.
Right. There, we haven't the light showing.
They're coming this way. Turn the cannon to the port side and train it on them.
Right.
As soon as they get within range, let them have it broadside. All right. Ready?
Tarzan! What are you?
He stabbed him. Tarzan's killed Kellen.
Let him, men. Get Tarzan.
Cannon faces you now. Come no closer.
He doesn't know how to fire it. Hurry, get to him. That boat's...
I shall lower a ladder for you. Here.
It's Tarzan.
Natisa.
Praise Allah, you are safe.
Ismail Ben Ahmed, come aboard, all of you. I will reveal much to interest you. Dead pirates, the secrets by which they operated, and much of their stolen cargo.
Some of my goods.
Ah, yes, much of it bears your name. Now you will have the will to live. And I will be contented with the comparative safety of my jungle.
In just a moment, a word about our next exciting story of Tarzan. The caravan crossed the great Libyan desert. The camels were unloaded and the huge bales transferred to the broad backs of native quarters. Then the safari plunged into the tangled jungle. Cities were avoided, and only the most remote trails were used, for the cargo was worth more than money. And secrecy was the byword in the story, Contraband, which we will tell in our next adventure of Tarzan.
Tarzan, a creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced and transcribed by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment. Pursuit. Pursuit. A criminal strikes and fades quickly back into the shadows of his own dark world. And then the man from Scotland Yard, the famous Inspector Peter Black, and the dangerous, relentless Pursuit. When man hunts man. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Now, with John Dana starred as the famous Inspector Peter Black of Scotland Yard, Wrigley's Spearmint Gum brings you tonight's story, Pursuit in the North Sea.
The day was warm, as London days in July can be. Behind the bars, assorted animals gazed out at the humans, and in turn the assorted humans stared back at the animals. It was Sunday in Regent's Park, at the zoo. Muffet and I had gone there with 40 other plainclothes policemen and women. It was not, however, a Scotland Yard picnic. We were after more dangerous prey than leopards, tigers, or cobras.
Funny thing about monkeys, sir. Look at that one.
Yes, his face is rather familiar.
I hate to say it, sir, but I hope the commissioner never comes down here.
Moffat, you have no respect for your superiors.
Sorry, sir.
Come along.
There's another vendor, sir.
Yes, all right. Can't take any chances. I say there. Ice cream?
Sorry, sir. All that.
Just a moment. 1 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, and you've sold out.
That's right. Just going back for some more.
You're pulling my leg. You must have one stick left.
It's truth, I haven't.
Will you open the cabinet, please?
Look here, who do you think you are ordering me about?
Scotland Yard, young fella, my lad. Do as you're told.
Scotland Yard? Oh, I'm off.
No, you don't. Come here.
Now then, let's see what you've got in there. Well.
Oh, blimey. How'd that get in there? What is it?
That, my young friend, is a case of American-made nylon stockings. Brought into England in violation of the customs law and worth, I should imagine, about £500 in the black market.
Fancy that.
The question is, how did it get in your ice cream cart?
Well, I haven't the slightest.
You may remember when we get him to the yard, sir.
You can't arrest me.
We're not arresting you. We're taking you down for questioning. Manacles, Moffat?
Right, sir.
Oh, no. I don't want to go to prison. Me poor old mother. And me brother.
Yes. Where did you get them?
A chap behind the reptile cage came up with a cart, bought all my ice cream, put this in mine, and he gave me a shilling.
And what were you to do with it?
Take it out to a chap by the gate. He's got a van.
Moffat, get some of the men. I want that van.
Right, sir.
We were too late. The van had gone. For at least the 10th time, the quarry had eluded the trap, and we were left with a 16-year-old boy and a case of contraband nylon stockings. It was a minute incident and a tremendous exercise which had become one of the greatest threats to Britain's economy, the age-old industry of smuggling. The British limitation on import made England a perfect target for these activities. At 9 o'clock on Monday morning, I was called into the office of the Home Secretary.
I'm disappointed, Black. I must say that I'm extremely disappointed. The Prime Minister takes a very serious view of the situation. Something's got to be done. Something simply must be done.
Well, I can't defend my position, sir, but I hope you understand what we're up against. Now, we know that there's one big gang. But there are also a dozen, perhaps 100 subsidiary gangs. Possibly under the same leadership, possibly not, and we don't know who they are. French, Spanish, English, Americans. They use fast planes piloted by ex-combat pilots, both RAF and American Air Force. They use 45-knot Thornycroft torpedo boats to bring the goods in, candidly, sir. The Scotland Yard is not equipped to stop them.
What about yesterday?
At the zoo, sir? Oh, well, we were informed something was going to happen, a transfer of contraband, an extremely small part of the entire problem. Unfortunately, there, as everywhere, they were as well informed as were we. Somehow they always know when we're going to make a raid.
What about the boy?
After getting a worthless description of the man who gave him the goods, we let him go. Oh, he's being followed, but I think it's a case of a boy earning a spare shilling.
In other words, Black, we've made no progress whatsoever.
Following our present pursuits, no. To stop them, if we can, we shall need the cooperation of every nation on the continent and in the Americas.
Then get it?
All right, sir. I shall. I have one request.
Well?
Carte blanche.
What do you mean?
You've assigned me the problem, sir. Therefore, none of my methods will be questioned.
Very well.
I shall want a squadron of Royal Air Force planes at my disposal, and a destroyer for patrol.
What? Planes? A destroyer? Impossible.
They're using Spitfires, P-38s, torpedo boats.
But it would cost us thousands, Black.
Smuggling costs us hundreds of millions of pounds a year.
Give me a ring this afternoon. I'll see what I can do.
That afternoon, I received my planes and my destroyer. They were assigned to immediate patrol duty both in the Channel and the Irish Sea. The ensuing week was devoted to arranging a conference in Amsterdam between police officials from 37 countries. For our plan to succeed, we needed the utmost in international cooperation. It was 2 days after the parley that our cooperative plans began to bear fruit. Yes. Yes, Sergeant. Oh, splendid. Put them through, will you? Överinspektör Blacktallen är här. Hvordan står det till, kapten Stensrud? Gå. Bara bra, tack. Ja? Aha, från Stavanger. Det är god, märkelig. Bravo, kapten. Det är en god begynnelse, och många tack, kapten Stensrud. Jo da. Ja, farväl. The first report of success had come from Stavanger, Norway. An unlicensed aircraft carrying a cargo of American cigarettes and whiskey had been apprehended. The crew, by their own admission, had been bound for England. But they would not, however, divulge the names of their employers. With this international cooperation during the month of June, a number of smuggling attempts were halted. In Portugal, West Germany, Spain, and even Italy. 3 aircraft were confiscated in Northern Ireland, but at best these were scattered victories. Our prisoners were little men. The big man was still at large. On July 16th, men of the Special Branch arrested a London postman who was brought to my office.
Hello, Black.
Oh, Phillips, nice to see you again.
I should like you to meet Mr. Edgar Thwaite, a loyal servant of the Crown. I'm sure that he wants to tell you about his novel method of delivering black market produce.
Sit down, Thwaite. What have you to say for yourself?
What do you expect me to say?
Oh. From whom do you receive the goods?
I don't know.
Come now, come.
I don't. I make my letter delivery same as always. And the packages that's got the stuff are special marked. I take 'em home and wait till I get a telephone call. Then I deliver the packages where I'm told.
You say that the packages are specially marked?
That's right. They're put in my bin before I get to the post office.
And you have no idea who puts them there?
No.
Who contacted you in the first place to do this job?
It wasn't me, it was my wife.
Your wife?
She was walking along the road. A man came up and asked her if she wanted some nylon stockings. She said yes. And he said that she could get as many as she wanted if I would work for him.
And this man knew that you were a postman?
I suppose so. Edie and I had a talk, and I decided to do it. The man called that night, and I said okay. That's how it started.
Frighteningly simple, isn't it, Black?
Are there others in the post office engaged in this activity?
I don't know. I don't care.
Wait outside, please. Well, it's a little more. You chaps better get to work on the post offices.
Like otterheads, Black. Feel sorry, though, for that little chap. A few more years, and he'd have had his pension.
You must have known that when he took the chance. We're going to stop him and others like him.
That's why I like you, Black. You're so earnest when you're working.
Oh. Yes, I suppose I am, but, I've been a policeman for so long, it's rather a difficult habit to break. The investigation of the post office department netted us 15 more arrests, and we began to feel that although each arrest in itself was minor, the results when totaled were surely making the distribution of contraband increasingly difficult. It was tedious and frustrating work, for these peddlers were little people, but we knew that by checking the distributors, we could eventually destroy the overseas source organizations. On July 19th at 5 o'clock, I received word from Calais that my associates with the French police had seen a torpedo boat putting to sea, but due to the heavy overcast, had been unable to maintain contact. Our destroyer, somewhere in mid-channel, was notified of this development.
The destroyer's equipped with radar, sir. They might get them.
We better wireless Captain Newton. Tell him I'm leaving immediately in an observation aircraft, and we'll keep in contact with him.
Very good, sir.
You hold on here, will you, Moffat? I shan't be long.
Right, sir.
Lovely old buses, these Hudsons. I used to fly them over the North Sea.
Thought they'd buried them all.
British economy, old bean. British economy.
There's not too much light left.
I know. We shall be able to spot them. Boat like that'll leave quite a wake.
Where is that destroyer?
Want to break radio silence? Try to reach them?
No, I better not.
Hello?
Huh? You see something?
Down there. See?
Yes. It's hard to tell, though.
All serene. We'll have a look. Everything all right, old boy?
Yes, splendid, thanks. My ears, It happens in lifts, too.
Oh. I'm taking her into the wind. Give us a better chance to have a long look at her.
Torpedo boat, all right. Thornycroft, MPT. Swing around again, will you?
Getting dark. If you're sure, better give our position to the destroyer.
Righto.
Transmitter takes a moment to warm up. She's an odd one, all right. No flag. Can't see. Black! Machine guns! Port engine on fire! Cover your heads!
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Healthful, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable.
Now, the second act of Pursuit in the North Sea.
Lieutenant Tunney was able to land the aircraft on the surface of the water, but the Hudson began to settle almost immediately after she struck.
We've only got a minute or two before she goes down. Are you all right, Black?
We wrestled out of the seats, and I felt a moment's panic when I thought I was entangled in the straps of the cumbersome parachute.
Here, I'll give you a hand with it. All right now, the door, come on.
The floor of the plane began to tilt as we crawled upward toward the door.
We'll have a go at it. Together now. Blasted thing's jammed. Try again.
Once more now. We smashed at it again and again.
It moved a bit. Once more now.
And then the incredible relief as it gave and allowed us escape into the black and turbulent haven of the North Sea.
Watch the wing!
Boat! Coming this way!
What?
Swim this way! Lieutenant! Lieutenant Tunney!
Ahoy! Got a line here. Can you catch it?
Got it! Oh, wait! Wait, the other man!
Hold fast!
There's another man!
Can you get aboard with a line, or do you want a ladder?
No. I can manage.
Here, take my hand.
There's another man in there. The current must have carried him off.
Sorry. Half throttle. Keep your eyes open for that destroyer.
We've got to find him. Use a searchlight.
Can't do it. The destroyer.
Then give me your raft and let me go after him.
I'll get it ready, sir.
Sorry about this, but it's your own fault.
What, you'll leave him to drown?
Nothing personal, you understand?
Oh.
But we had to shoot you down. I'm hardly expendable, you know. Usually don't make this trip myself. Couldn't let you notify the destroyer of our position. Who are you? Army?
Scotland Yard.
Oh, you're the people who've been messing up my organization.
If Lieutenant Tunney dies, there'll be a murder charge against you.
I'm making money. I'll take that chance.
Raft's ready, sir.
Right. Cut the throttle. Get it over the side. Put a torch in it. The policeman wants to find his friend.
Okay.
You may need this. Contraband. It'll keep you warm until you're picked up. There you are, sir. Bottle of Johnny Walker's finest. This case was on its way to Africa. We think we can get more for it by returning it to England. It'll keep you warm. Hang on to it. Now you may look for your friend.
I did hang on to the bottle for 2 miserable hours, whilst with the torch I probed the darkness for a sign of Lieutenant Tunney. Then the destroyer picked me up and we continued the search, but it was fruitless. There was no sign of the torpedo boat. and it was dawn when we put back to Dover, and I returned, still hanging on to the bottle of Johnny Walker, to Scotland Yard. There I finally relinquished it to physical laboratory for fingerprints.
Bloody fine job, sir, hanging on to that bottle.
Oh? Prince?
Right you are, sir.
Who is it?
Englishman. Name is Spencer. Gerald Spencer. War Office files. Discharged 1945. Left England for the continent 1947. Officially, at least, has never returned.
Well, Spencer, huh?
Yes, sir. He's got a sister, Marion.
Oh, good. Where can she be reached?
Here, sir. At their yard.
What?
Policewoman. Attached to special branch.
Do you realize what that means? The information leaks.
Yes, sir. She was assigned to us last month on that raid in Regent's Park Zoo.
Get her here, Moffat.
Right, sir.
We learned that Miss Spencer was not on duty that day, so Moffat and I went to her house. She let us in. There were a pair of nylon stockings drying on a towel draped over the back of the chair.
You must forgive the appearance of my place, Inspector. It's my day off.
This is an official call, Miss Spencer. I spent an interesting few minutes with your brother last night.
Gerald?
Yes. It was in the Channel. When was the last time that you saw him?
Not since 1947.
Oh? You had no contact whatsoever with him since that time?
A few letters, that's all.
We've tried to maintain secrecy in our operations against smuggling, Miss Spencer. But at almost every turn, our movements have become known.
But why'd you come to me?
We thought that possibly you could tell us how your brother knew that a patrol plane was searching for him and consequently shot it down.
Well, I don't know.
Resulting in the death of the pilot, Lieutenant Tunney.
Because I'm his sister, you think that... Inspector, I've been with the Yard for 2 years, and you'll find that my record is very good.
I have no doubt of it. If I'm wrong, Miss Spencer, I owe you a profound apology. But as a policewoman, you must realize that every possibility must be explored.
Well, I understand.
We wish to search your house.
I don't... Yes, of course. You shan't have to search, Inspector. There's a wireless in my cupboard over there.
Moffat?
Yes, sir.
Stay with it, Moffat.
Right, sir.
How long have you been in communication with him?
A year.
Did he complete his delivery last night?
Yes. The things were brought here. They're in my garage.
Why have you done this?
Why not? It was exciting. Seemed a good way to make a lot of money. Gerald got some pals together on the continent and started bringing stuff over.
Who are they? Where are they?
Why should I tell you?
We know your brother's the leader.
What if he is?
Simply that he's committed murder, and he'll hang for it.
I'm sorry. I'm sure he didn't mean to. He's a nice chap. An awfully nice chap.
After she was taken, the house was watched, and another arrest was made when a van and 2 men came to collect the contraband goods. Moffat and I sat by the wireless for 2 days, waiting. On the afternoon of the 22nd, the receiver sparked into life.
Here it is, sir.
All right, get it down carefully.
They want acknowledged, sir.
No, don't. Say there's trouble with the equipment and then break it off midway, sir.
Yes, sir.
We'll hope they don't get wind up. Here, let me see that. En route with shipments from Rotterdam. Should arrive usual point at 2000 hours. 4 boats. Have vans ready.
8 o'clock, sir. Was past 4 now. And where would the usual point be?
Doesn't really matter, Moffat. I want our planes to patrol the Holland coast and west. We'll board the destroyer. I think, Moffat, we've got a chance to smash Spencer and his gang. Moffat and I stood on the bridge as the hysterical warnings from the destroyer's siren cleared our path from the harbor. Then the lean, gray monster turned its head to the coast of Belgium and at 40 knots bit into the waters of the North Sea.
Captain Newton, radar spotted 2 craft traveling in a northwesterly direction, about 3,000 yards off the port quarter.
Yeah, very good. Sound patrol stations. Request 4.7 tourists to arm and make ready.
Very good, sir.
Helm, alter course to 022.
022, sir.
Now, Inspector.
I wonder about the other 2 boats, Captain. We better contact the patrol planes.
Quartermaster, notify wireless to request 3 aircraft, Operation Black. Have a look through the glass, Inspector. They're Thornycroft, MPTs.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I can't be sure. Huh. But the first boat could be the same one.
Yeah, they're changing course. We'll put a shot across the bow. Turret 2, warning salvo.
Aye, sir. I don't think you'll stop them with that.
I hope we can. Because in the run, they can do a few more knots than we can.
They're separating.
You want them stopped, Inspector?
You can't catch them?
No.
All right. Blow them out of the water.
Fire at will.
Pump. Fire at will.
Six minutes later, we pulled the survivors from the water. There were 3 of them, including Gerald Spencer. The other 2 boats had capitulated after skirmishes with attacking aircraft. The operation has cost His Majesty's government thousands of pounds, but the return on the investment could be calculated in the millions. Pursuit. And the pursuit was ended.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick, and chewing Wrigley's Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Pursuit, brought to you by Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis and is written by Gil Dowd and Anthony Ellis. Music was composed and conducted by Marlon Skiles. John Daner stars as Inspector Peter Black, with Raymond Lawrence as Sergeant Moffat. Also featured in the cast were Irene Tedrow, Terry Kilburn, Eric Snowden, Dan Tobin, Byron Kane, and Tom Holland. Pursuit. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you've enjoyed tonight's story of Pursuit and that you're enjoying Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS. Ordinary citizens who to this question answered, yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
Warfare, espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. Today's adventure,
Operation Sellout,
is the story of an American OSS agent who went into German-occupied France to locate Nazi submarine bases, and is suggested by actual incidents recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that can now be told.
I knew something was up when Colonel Palmer met Tom Barnes and me at the dock that night. He hadn't come down from London just to wish us bon voyage. There wasn't time for such formalities in the OSS, even when a couple of its agents were embarking for the coast of Nazi-occupied France. Then as the Jeep pulled to a stop, the Colonel stepped into the faint glow of the blackout light.
Captain Dagger?
Yes, sir.
This is the radio operator, Captain.
That's right, sir.
I'm Barnes, Lance Corporal Barnes, Sussex Guards. You men are all set?
Yes, sir.
You shove off in 20 minutes. That'll put you ashore below Saint-Nazaire just before dawn. After you've been landed, you'll move inland exactly 6 kilometers. You'll be met there by an agent of the Marquis. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Now, men.
We got a lecture then, Tom and I. We didn't need it.
Understand how vital it is.
We knew our mission was important.
This mission is terribly important.
German submarines had been hitting our convoys in the Atlantic, hitting them hard.
At 0100.
Shipping losses had to be cut, and the best way to cut them was to blast the Nazi sub-pens along the French coast.
You understand?
It was my job to locate the biggest pens. It was Tom's job to radio the information back to England, so the Allied air forces would know where to lay their eggs.
Now then...
No, we didn't need any lecture on how important it was.
Daggett. You're not listening.
Oh, I'm sorry, Colonel. I heard it all in London 2 days ago, sir. I was wondering why you came down here to say it again.
I may have had another reason for coming down.
That's what we figured, sir. There's been a change in plans?
Slight one, yes. Originally, you two were the one to take this mission alone. I've decided now to send a third man with you.
Oh? Who is he, sir?
I'd rather say nothing about it till you see him. He'll be something of a surprise to you, perhaps.
A surprise, sir?
Yes, though not too unpleasant a one, I hope. Your reaction to him may well determine the success of your mission.
Afraid I don't understand, Colonel.
You will in a minute. He's already on the boat. Come along.
Tom and I followed the Colonel out on the dock. The British Navy torpedo boat that was going to take us across the channel lay in the water. A black shadow in the black night. We climbed aboard, stowed our gear on deck, and moved toward the forward cabin. Tom and I exchanged looks. Neither of us liked this slight change in plans.
Your new man is in here, Captain.
Well, let's have a look at him, Colonel. For a moment, the bright lights of the cabin spilling out on the deck blinded me. Then I saw him. First, I thought it was a gag, until the guy turned. Until he made a stiff bow from the waist. Until he said,
"Good evening, gentlemen. I'm Lieutenant Karl Müller of the German Reichswehr."
Then I knew it wasn't a gag. He belonged in that uniform he was wearing. It was all his, every Nazi stitch of it, right up to the death's head insignia on his left shoulder.
Herr Miller, this is Captain Link Daggett, and this is Corporal Barnes of the British Army on detached service with the OSS.
It is a pleasure to meet you, gentlemen.
Is it? Colonel Palmer, may Barnes and I speak to you alone?
All right, Daggett.
I will go out on deck.
Well, Daggett?
Well, do we have to say it, sir? You must know how we feel about this.
I'll say it, Link. Sir, I don't like the idea of taking a Jerry with us into Nazi territory. Well, do we have to do it, Colonel?
You volunteered for this mission, Barnes. You don't have to do anything.
Yes, but Daggett and I can do the job, sir, without a Jerry.
You can do it faster with him, Corporal. And we've got to start hitting those sub-vents as quickly as possible. Miller will be valuable to you in obtaining information from his former fellow officers.
Must have a lot of faith in this Nazi, sir.
He's not a Nazi. He's a German.
Is there a difference, sir?
Yes.
Even when he was an officer in one of Hitler's pet divisions, Colonel?
Through no choice of his own, Daggett. Miller was captured by the British in North Africa 2 years ago. He's been working as an interpreter for the OSS for 18 months. He's been thoroughly screened. We have faith in his story that he's always been opposed to Hitler.
Well, he could have been lying to you, sir, just waiting for a chance like this, a chance to get back to German territory.
He could have been, but we don't think he was.
Yeah, but if he was, Sir Barnes and I are a couple of dead ducks. He'll sell us out the minute we get across the channel.
That's quite true, Daggett. And that's the chance you'll both have to take.
Well, we could have backed out, but we didn't. You never do. So we headed across the channel. One Englishman, one American, and one German. I don't know what the German was thinking. He didn't say much. But the Englishman and the American were thinking it was going to be a one-way trip. Just before dawn, the torpedo boat put us ashore below Saint-Nazaire. We stood listening to her motors die away. And I turned and walked up to Lieutenant Carl Mueller. I lifted his Luger out of its holster, and he didn't say a word. I broke the gun open. There were 12 rounds in the clip and one shell in the chamber. I dropped the clip in my pocket and handed the gun back to him. The shell's still in it.
Danke, Herr Kapitän.
Mueller, I left you one shell. If anything goes wrong, you may need it. That is, if you're on the level.
I will use it on myself rather than fall into the hands of the Nazis.
Yeah, I know you will. If you're on the level. If you're not, though, you'll think twice about using it on us. You see, you couldn't get both of us with one shell. Understand?
Ja, I understand, Herr Kapitän.
It was just a phony gesture, of course. He knew as well as I did that it didn't mean a thing. The country was occupied by 500,000 of his countrymen. He could wipe us out like stepping on a bug. If he wanted to. Dawn was breaking when we left the beach. We started inland to keep our rendezvous with Philippe Martin, the Maquis agent who was to set us up with a base of operations. He must have made quite a picture. 2 men dressed as French peasants, trudging along behind a Nazi officer. We kept to the fields and moved along hedgerows as much as we could. Then we came to a highway. A German army lorry rumbled by while we squatted behind the hedgerow and held our breath.
Looks all clear now, Link.
Yeah, we'll cross one at a time. You first, Mueller.
Ja, Herr Kapitän.
He got over the hedgerow and out onto the highway. It was halfway across. Tom and I straightened up to follow him, and we saw it. We dropped down again. A German reconnaissance car swinging around the bend in the road. It stopped a few feet from Mueller. He looked at the Nazis. They looked at him. We looked at both of them through the hedgerow and waited.
Heil Hitler! Heil Hitler!
It was in the lift of his voice. It was in the smile on his face. There was no mistaking it. Carl Mueller was back with his buddies. Carl Mueller was home.
Link, let's get away from here. Make a run for it along the hedgerow.
For what? If he tips off those krauts, we won't get 10 feet.
Yes, I guess you're right. Well, if we go, I'm taking Jerry with us.
I'd had the same idea. I'd already sneaked my revolver out of my coat. We drew a bead on that stiff Prussian back, and we did some more waiting. crouching and waiting until...
Heil Hitler! Heil Hitler! All right, Herr Kapitän. It is safe for you to come out now.
We went out, but not before we'd exchanged another whisper. Not before Barnes said what we were both thinking.
Maybe the colonel was right, Link. Maybe the Jerry is on the square. Or maybe he's just smarter than we thought.
What do you mean?
Smart enough to use us for bait.
That was it, bait. Why get rid of us so fast? We weren't that important. He could get rid of us whenever he wanted to. He'd only want to after we'd served his purpose. After we'd jeopardized the French Marquis by exposing them to him. Yes. After we'd sent a lot of Yankee and British flyers to their death. We joined Mueller and continued on to our rendezvous point. There was nothing I could do about it. Mueller had been assigned as a member of the mission. So far, I'd acted like one. Don't knock off a fellow agent, unless you're sure.
All right, Link. We're just 6 kilometers east of the beach now.
Yeah. Yeah, this patch of woods must be the place.
What do we do now, Herr Kapitän?
Nothing. Just wait.
Wait for what, monsieur?
He stepped out from behind a bush as silently as a shadow. But shadows don't carry Tommy guns.
You were expecting someone, monsieur?
Yeah. A man named Philippe Martin.
I am Philippe Martin.
Well, then you know who we are.
I'm afraid not, monsieur. If there were 2 of you, I would know. But not 3.
There was a last-minute change of plans.
A very great change, since it made room for a Nazi officer.
Look, not all men who wear Nazi uniforms are Nazi officers.
True, monsieur. But all Frenchmen know a Nazi when they see one in or out of uniform. Why is this man here?
That Tommy gun was shoving into Mueller's chest. I had to talk fast. I explained who the German was. I said the OSS trusted him.
The OSS may trust him, monsieur, but I trust no German.
Well, that makes no difference. My orders are that Mueller's a member of this mission. Now let's get going. You hear me, Martin?
Very well, monsieur. Follow me.
Where are you taking us?
To my farm. You will set up your radio in my barn.
Is it safe?
Safe? Why don't you ask your friend, Herr Müller?
2 hours later, Tom had his transmitter set up in the loft of Philippe Martin's farm, a few miles outside Saint-Nazaire.
With your permission, Herr Kapitän, I will leave now.
Yeah. You know what you're to do, Mueller?
Yeah. With these forged orders Colonel Palmer gave me, I will be able to secure all the necessary information about submarine pens in the Saint-Nazaire area.
If you want to.
I hope, Herr Kapitän, I will be able to prove to you that I do want to.
We hope so, too, Mueller.
All right, get going. We expect you to contact us daily. We don't hear from you.
Think. Someone's at the door.
Who could that be, Philippe?
Philippe? Philippe?
It is all right, monsieur. It is my sister, Marie. She is also a loyal member of the Marquis.
Marie Martin wasn't just a loyal Marquis member. She was a beautiful one, too. I wouldn't have had to look at her to know it. I'd only have had to look at Tom Barnes, as her brother introduced her.
This is my sister, Marie, monsieur. Marie, Captain Daggett, Corporal Barnes, and Herr Lieutenant.
Herr Lieutenant? Herr Germ? Here?
Lieutenant Mueller's a prisoner of war, mademoiselle, working for the OSS.
He is a Nazi.
An ex-Nazi, mademoiselle.
The only ex-Nazis are dead ones. Philippe, throw this pig out of here.
Now, wait a minute, mademoiselle. Your brother and I have had all this out. Philippe has agreed to...
He has no right to agree. This is as much my farm as it is his. I will not have a Nazi on it.
All right. Inasmuch as Mueller's just leaving for Saint-Nazaire on a mission...
You are sending him on a mission? You must be out of your mind, Captain.
I think...
Oh, your brother and I have had all this out. Philippe has agreed to...
He has no right to agree. This is as much my farm as it is his. I will not have a Nazi on it.
All right. Inasmuch as Mueller's just leaving for San Nazaire on a mission.
You are sending him on a mission? You must be out of your mind, Capitan.
I think she has a point, Link. You remember that little discussion we had back on the highway about bait?
Yeah, I remember it, Tom.
And I'm pretty sure now that we were right.
We have no more proof now than we did then.
I would rather he would stay here, Capitan, than see him go on a mission.
Well, Herr Kapitän?
Get going, Mueller.
Link, you're making...
Shut up, Tom.
You will hear from me, Herr Kapitän.
You will hear from him. Through the Gestapo.
I wasn't sure she was wrong. And Tom Barnes was sure she was right. But then Tom's judgment wasn't to be trusted. Not where Marie Martin was concerned. Well, Tom, where you been?
Oh, I took a walk with Marie down by the brook.
You take a lot of walks with Marie, don't you?
Oh, why not? There's nothing to do but cool our heels until we hear from Mueller. And quite frankly, old man, I can't think of anybody I'd rather cool my heels with.
And then we heard from Mueller. We heard quite a lot from him. And not through the Gestapo, either.
You must copy these maps immediately, Herr Kapitän. I must get them back to the Nazi headquarters before morning. You will find on them the location of the Nazi sub-pens from Saint-Nazaire to Dunkirk.
I copied the maps and deciphered the code symbols. Turned my report over to Tom to transmit to England. But Tom was stubborn.
How do you know those maps weren't fake, Link?
I don't.
Maybe Mueller's using us just the way we thought he would.
Or maybe he is.
Then why on earth send that stuff out?
Because those are my orders and I'm going to obey them. Now send it, Tom. We'll see what happens. Well, we saw what happened. That night off in the distance, 1,000 searchlights stabbed the sky. There were black puffs and smoke everywhere. The crowds were throwing up a curtain of flak that no air force in the whole world could penetrate. Next day, Mueller came back to the barn. By then, Tom had received the box score from England.
20 planes! You hear that, Mueller? We lost 20 planes last night.
I do not understand, Herr Corporal.
Oh, no, you don't understand it at all, do you? They knew we were coming. They were waiting for us. But you don't understand it.
You are implying, of course, that I betrayed you. But I give you my word.
His word. The word of a Nazi.
Marie, please.
Here, Capitan Daggett. Are you perhaps convinced now?
I told you we should have listened to her, Link.
Easy, Tom.
It is too late, of course, to save those 20 planes. It is not too late to stop other raids.
Yes, of course, he's right, Link. I'll radio Colonel Palmer this minute.
Herr Kapitän.
Well, Mueller...
I have another map, if you wish to look at it.
All right. Let's see it.
I would prefer to show it to you alone.
Alone? Why, you pig of a German!
Filthy scum! Are you suggesting there's anyone here but yourself who can't be trusted?
Look, Mueller, you're in no position to make such a request. Have something to show me? You can show it to me here.
Very well, Herr Kapitän.
He had something to show me, all right. A detailed chart of the biggest sub-pens along the whole coast. I knew it was worth any risk to try to smash those pens. But Tom Barnes didn't know it. He needed a lot of convincing. He insisted that chart was bait, just bait. It turned out he was right. The next week was a nightmare. 8 planes at Ostend, 6 at Cherbourg, 9 at Le Havre. Everywhere we struck, the crowds were waiting. Operation Sellout, Tom and I called it. We had a name for Lieutenant Mueller, too. Tom wasn't around the night I reached a decision. I went looking for him. Down by the brook, of course. It was a bright moon. I saw 2 figures as I approached. Then, 2 figures became one for a moment.
I love you, Marie.
Ah, mon cher Tom, you must not say it. In France today, there is no place for the word love.
Maybe not, my darling. But when the war is over, I'm going to ask you to marry me.
Tom.
Oh.
Link, what are you doing here?
Get back to the barn. Why don't you radio Palmer to call off the raids?
At last, you have come to your senses, Capitan.
What about Mueller, Link?
Don't forget Mueller. It's almost a week since we heard from him. We don't even know where he is.
But we can guess, no, Capitan? He is in Berlin, probably, receiving a medal from his Führer.
Tom and I had to work fast. Once it dawned on the Germans that there'd be no more raids, they'd be after us. We radioed the colonel canceling the raids, telling him we thought our mission was over. 6 hours later came the answer. The colonel thought otherwise.
Good Lord. We can't be serious, Link.
Yeah, he's serious, all right. He still wants to smash those sub-pens at Saint-Nazaire. Since they couldn't do it from the air, they're going to do it from the ground with a commando raid. Yeah, commando raid. A hit-and-run attack where coordination and split-second timing were everything. Tom and I were to be the inside men. Big job, yeah. But this time we didn't have two strikes against us. No, because this was one clambake that Carl Mueller wouldn't know anything about.
What do we do first, Link?
Contact the local leader of the Maquis. We'll let him know what's happening, and he'll get us a safer place to roost.
But how do we contact him?
Oh, Philippe will know him.
Oh, Philippe's in Vaughan. Wait a minute. How about Marie? She might know, too.
Right. Go get her. He went to find Marie. I packed up the radio and the other equipment. I heard the door open. I thought he brought her back. I was wrong.
Good evening, Herr Captain.
Mueller. I didn't expect you to show your face around here again.
I heard in Saint-Nazaire that the raids have been cancelled. I was afraid you and Corporal Barnes might be on your way back to England.
We're packing now.
Oh. I am not to go back with you then.
There's only one place you're going, Mueller.
So, put your gun away, Herr Captain. You do not need to kill me. Since you are leaving me here, I shall make use of the one shell you so kindly left in my revolver.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure you will. You couldn't bear to be left behind with your Nazi pals, could you? Weren't from my gun, those shots. I didn't know where they were from. I didn't wait to find out. I hit the floor, dragging the candle off the table with me. The barn went black. I lay there for a second. And then from outside, I heard...
Let's have some light, Link. I think I got him.
Tom had fired the shots. When I'd lit the candle again, I saw he was wrong. The doorway where Mueller had been standing was empty. Mueller was gone.
I was sure I hit him, Link.
All right, never mind. We've got something more important to think about than Mueller. You told Marie?
Oui, Capitan, he told me. You wish to see the local Maquis leader?
That's right. Can you take us to him?
Mais oui, Capitan. I will arrange for you to meet Monsieur Etienne.
She said it would take until the next evening to arrange it. Tom and I cleared out of the farm and holed up in the patch of woods where we'd first met Philippe. Of course, it had to start raining. Just before dark, Marie showed up in the woods.
It is done, Capitan. Monsieur Etienne will be waiting for you at 8 o'clock. The room behind the village cafe.
Good work, Marie.
You're going there with us, aren't you, darling?
No, mon cher. I must return to Monsieur Etienne. But I will be waiting for you at the cafe.
She was standing in the doorway when we got there at 8. She led us around the back into a small, dirty, dimly lit room.
Bonsoir, monsieur.
He rose from his chair and stood behind the table. Monsieur Etienne was a small, dark man. His eyes were shifty and calculating. The kind of eyes you often find in a head that has a price on it.
My apologies, monsieur, for not seeing you sooner. I was at my headquarters in the hills. I had to walk down. The roads were wet and muddy.
No apologies necessary, monsieur.
Merci. Mademoiselle Martin informs me you wish the assistance of the Maquis.
We need plenty of assistance. British commandos are planning a raid on the port of Saint-Nazaire.
A commando raid on Saint-Nazaire.
Those eyes of his grew wider. They grew bright. He stepped from behind the table. But he shouldn't have, because that was when I saw his boots. They were clean and polished. There wasn't a speck of mud on them. And yet he'd walked through the mud from his headquarters in the hills. He said.
Is something the matter, Captain?
He knew something was the matter, all right. He knew what it was, too. He saw my eyes on his boots, and he understood. His hand went under his coat, but it never came out, because that was all I needed.
Link, for the love of heaven!
One shot did it. He grabbed at his stomach, and he slumped to the floor.
Good Lord, Link, what's the idea?
He's dead!
Yeah, that's one collaborator less.
Collaborator?
Sure, that's all he was, Tom. Nazis planted him here to find out about our new mission.
Yes, but they didn't know we had a new mission. You said Mueller thought we were packing up to go back to England.
That's right, he did.
Well, then who could have...
I started to tell him, but I didn't have to. He saw it for himself.
Marie?
The look on her face confirmed it. The look on his face is the kind of thing you don't like to remember. That was all she needed. She bolted for the door and threw it open. I took one wild shot at her. I missed. Before I could fire again, she was gone.
She knows about the raid, Link. We've got to stop her before she gets to the Germans.
There's no telling which way she went, Tom. We'll split up. You go that way and I'll... Good Lord.
She, Link. It was Marie. Come on.
We ran down the dark alley behind the cafe. At the end of it, we found her, lying face down in the mud.
She's dead, Link.
Yeah.
But who shot her?
I did, Herr Corporal.
Mueller.
I'm so sorry, Herr Barnes. I know how you felt about her. But she was our enemy. She had to die.
Yeah, but how did you know Mueller?
I finally found a Frenchman who trusted me, Herr Capitaine. His name is Monsieur Etienne.
You mean that was his name?
You see, he thought that I was a Nazi, too. He confided in me.
I say Mueller.
Yeah, Herr Corporal?
Okay, I ought to tell you. What I mean is, I don't know how to say it. I'm sorry. I didn't
Just do not say it, please. I understand. Herr Captain.
Yes, Mueller?
I have used that one shell you left in my revolver. Well, I wonder if you would permit me to have one more.
No, I won't.
No?
Not one more, Carl. I'm giving you back the whole clip. That same night, we contacted the real leader of the Maquis. 2 weeks later, the commandos struck at Nazaire. They wiped out that sub-pen. When they went back to England, Tom Barnes and I went with them. And so did our friend, Carl Mueller.
And once again, the report of another OSS agent closes with the words,
Mission accomplished.
Listen again next week for another true adventure from the files of the OSS on
Cloak and Dagger.
Paired in today's Cloak and Dagger adventure as Captain Daggett was Carl Eastman, Tom Barnes, Ian Martin, Carl Mueller, Louis Van Ruten, Marie, Louise Erickson, Etienne, Raymond Edward Johnson, Martin, Arnold Moss, and the Nazi, Carl Weber. The script was written by Ken Field, and music was under the direction of John Garth. Sound effects by Manny Siegel and John Power. Engineering, Don Evans. Today's OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This program is produced by Louis G. Cowan and Alfred Hollander under the direction and supervision of Sherman Marks.
This story is Top Secret. Top Secret, starring beautiful Ilona Massey as the Baroness Karen Gazer in transcribed stories of international intrigue and espionage, brought to you each week at this time by NBC. Tonight, as Assignment 9, Disaster in London.
This assignment began where actually it should have ended, started where it should have finished.
The end and the beginning took place in a deserted subway station in the city of London at 2 o'clock on the morning of the 15th of June. At this hour, there were no passengers. The station was empty. Everything was silent, motionless, like the body of Nicholas Kessler lying across the express tracks. In our swift, silent struggle, he had fallen off the platform, struck his head on the rail. The parcel, for which so many people had fought and killed and spied, was in my hands at last. London was saved. My mission was ended. For in a moment, Nicholas Kessler would die beneath the wheels of the Charing Cross Express. I could hear the far-off rumble of the train coming closer, closer. I stood there on the empty platform in the dim light without pity, without feeling. This man deserved no sympathy, no mercy. Had he lived, he would have lost the war for England. The train raced toward his puny, sprawling, unconscious body. Steel wheels on steel tracks, a symphony of clashing sounds. Steel wheels turning, cutting, turning. I did not look at what was left on the tracks. Nicholas Kessler was dead. My mission was over. Lord Harland, this is Karen Gazer. I'm calling from my apartment. I just got in.
Oh, did you get it?
Yes.
Where?
From Nicholas Kessler in the Mornington Crescent subway station.
And where's Kessler now?
He's dead.
How?
He was run over by the Charing Cross Express.
But you got the parcel?
Yes.
Can you bring it to me now?
No.
Why?
Nicholas Kessler was watched, and I am being watched. Until it is in your hands, it would be suicide for me to move out of this apartment.
Supposing I send for it in the morning?
Yes, that would be safer.
All right, a young man named Alan Cornelius will call first.
Alan Cornelius.
That's right. He's new in intelligence, but absolutely trustworthy. He'll use your own personal registration number as identification.
11864?
Right. He'll be along at 9 this morning.
Good.
How do you feel?
I think I will never feel anything again, never. Good night, Lord Harland. The parcel drew me like a magnet. I had to see with my own eyes this horrible, sickening thing for which so many people had died. I held it in my hands. It was the size of a cigar box. I could almost feel the evil in it seeping through the brown paper wrapping. Half hypnotized at the thought of what lay beneath, I untied the string and removed the paper. Underneath the paper, a gray cardboard box. Inside the box, a case of leather, closed with a zipper. Inside the leather case, a flat box of steel, very much like a square silver cigarette box. At the touch of my trembling, nervous fingers, the steel box clicked open. The vials lay in white cotton batten, 4 of them. Tiny glass tubes filled with a yellowish liquid. Each vial was the size of my first finger, filled with a mass of detestable, loathsome, yellow death, germ warfare, death by disease. Thank God I had caught Nicholas Kessler. Thank God I had stopped him. The contents of these vials emptied into the water supply of the city of London would have killed 9 million people.
Good morning.
Yes, what is it?
I'm Alan Cornelius. Are you the Baroness Karen Gazer?
Come in.
Hi. I hope I didn't wake you up.
Identify yourself.
The number?
Which is?
Yours.
11864. Lord Holland sent me to pick up a parcel.
Did anyone notice you as you came in?
I don't think so.
How did you come?
I have my own car.
If you knew what was in this parcel, you'd understand my concern. Here, take it.
Thanks. That all?
Take it straight to Lord Harland's office in headquarters.
Right. I've heard a lot about you, Baroness. Lord Harland says you're the cleverest operator MI2 has ever had.
At the moment, I'm terribly tired. I haven't had a good night's sleep in almost 2 weeks.
Will you be spending some time in London?
Yes, I expect so.
Well, perhaps we might have dinner some evening.
Perhaps. And now, if you'll excuse me, please.
Oh, certainly, son. And congratulations about this.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Baroness.
Goodbye, Mr. Cornelius, and please be very careful.
I will. Goodbye. I'll be careful, Baroness. Very, very careful.
Who is it?
Cornelius.
Come in.
Thanks.
Give it to me quickly. Is it all right?
I opened it in my car. They're there, all 4 of them.
Was it easy?
Holland ordered me to pick it up from the girl.
She the one who disposed of Kessler?
Yes.
Well, the weak die, the strong live. It's as simple as that.
But you're making plans for our safety.
Oh, naturally.
I want them to include my mother.
Why should they?
Because I say so.
That's not a very good reason.
She's still young, still attractive, and even though she's a bit cracked on England, I don't want her to die.
All right. You've 6 weeks to send her somewhere.
What's the next move?
The plan for introducing the cultures to the London water system.
When will you be ready?
The virus cultures must be concentrated. They take about 4 weeks to grow. We'll be ready by the middle of July.
My immediate concern is explaining the loss of the virus to Lord Holland.
You're driving a car?
Yes.
Have an accident. A fake accident. Lamppost. Anything. Pretend to be injured. Call me in as your doctor.
I know you'll be suitably concerned over my condition.
I'll watch you like a hawk.
It's not a bad idea. Crowd gathers, I'm unconscious. When I come to, the parcel is gone.
Why not? Every foreign agent in Europe has been after it at some time or another.
All right. You'll have a patient in a few minutes. As the Americans would say, an accident.
Looking for a place to happen.
Lord Harland, do you realize what I've been through to get the parcel to England?
Baroness, believe me, I'm quite as upset as you are.
Upset? This idiot of a man can't even drive an automobile.
On the contrary, my dear, he's a very good driver. A child ran across the street in front of him. He tried to avoid it and struck a fire hydrant. When he regained consciousness, the parcel was gone.
Gone where? How? Have there been checks made?
Of course, but the accident happened near Piccadilly Circus. You know how quickly a crowd gathers. We have absolutely no idea who might have taken it. The trail is completely cold.
It is rank incompetence.
Every precaution is being taken. I've tripled the guard on every London reservoir. Actually, I think the danger is comparatively slight.
Slight?
Yes, you see, whatever this is would have to be introduced to the drinking water after purification.
What? I don't understand.
Well, if it is introduced before purification, it would be detected and eliminated. This means they have to get the germs into the water at a pumping station. And that is practically impossible.
Nothing is impossible to a clever Nazi. We have always underestimated them.
I'm having security spot checks made at unexpected intervals at every pumping station and every reservoir.
Lord Harland.
Yes?
Is Alan Cornelius completely trustworthy?
Oh, my dear Baroness, please.
Is he?
Yes, completely. Father served under me in the First War. He died defending his country. His mother is a wonderful woman. I've known her for many years. I know that her son is above reproach.
Was he badly injured?
Well, he tore a ligament in his back, hit his nose on the steering wheel.
Could I go to see him?
Why?
I would like to talk to him.
Baroness, I will not allow you to cross-examine one of my most trusted men.
I have no intention of cross-examining him. He has been been hurt, and I would like to visit him.
Very well. His address is 12 Hillview Manor, Chelsea.
It's jolly decent of you to come to see me.
Oh, but I wanted to.
Dr. Mercer says I'll be right as rain in a couple of weeks. I've torn a ligament or something.
When can you get up?
2 weeks flat on my back is the verdict.
Tell me, haven't you any idea who might have taken it?
Not a clue. I hit the bridge of my nose and the steering wheel knocked me cold. You can feel the bump under the bandage.
I don't have to feel it. I believe you.
But it hadn't occurred to me that you wouldn't.
Oh, I didn't mean it like that. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Alan, dear, if you don't mind, the Baroness and I will have our tea in the sitting room.
You mean I'm being abandoned?
Oh, but this room is so tiny, darling. And besides, Dr. Mercer will be here in a moment.
I'm only joking.
Will you come and have tea, my dear?
Certainly.
If the conversation drops below a loud roar, I'll know you're talking about me.
We'll leave the door open so you can eavesdrop. Sit here, Baroness.
Thank you.
Dates muffins and my own apricot jam.
Oh.
Milk and sugar?
No, just clear, please.
It's awfully sweet of you to come and visit Alan. It's so tiresome for him not being able to walk.
Thank you. Mrs. Cornelius.
Yes?
Who is that in the picture?
Oh, that's my husband.
The 5th London Regiment.
Yes. He was killed at Passchendaele in 1917. Lord Harland was his commanding officer.
I see.
It's difficult sometimes being a widow. But of course, Lord Harland has been wonderful to us. So interested in Alan. Such a good friend to me.
After meeting you, I understand why he hasn't married.
Oh, my dear, you mustn't say such things, really. It's terribly sweet of you, but I can assure you it isn't so. Lord Harland has been... Oh, there's the doctor. Come in, Dr. Mercer.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Cornelius. How's our patient today?
Oh, very bored, I'm afraid. Baroness, may I present Dr. Graham Mercer? Doctor, this is the Baroness Karen Gazer.
Baroness?
How do you do?
Why don't you go in and see Alan and then come back and have some tea with us?
I'd be delighted to.
You can find him all right, can't you?
I imagine so.
And if you want to keep him in bed for 2 weeks, you'll have to be very firm with him.
I will. Hello, Alan.
Hello, Doctor.
Well?
It tripled the guard on every London reservoir and on the pumping stations.
I'm not interested in the pumping stations.
I thought the bacteria had to be introduced after purification.
This is not a bacteria. It's a virus, like polio. It can't be filtered out, and it's undetectable in the bacterial count.
Is it fast?
A mouthful of the polluted water is enough. The culture is growing nicely. I have it in a moist heat oven. It will be ready within 4 weeks.
I've decided how we can get it into the reservoirs.
How?
Lord Harland is having spot security checks made at all of them.
So?
You pose as an intelligence agent. I'll get you credentials from headquarters. You'll inspect the reservoirs as one of our men.
Is that safe?
It will be with the proper papers.
When can you get them?
What's the minimum I can stay in bed and still have people believe I hurt my back?
8 days. And limp for a couple more.
All right. You'd better go now. And don't have tea with the Baroness. Find some excuse.
What's she doing here?
Just visiting.
I'll come again tomorrow.
Let's do that.
Goodbye, Alan. See you tomorrow.
Oh, thanks, Dr. Mercer.
Well, Doctor, how is our patient? Will he live?
I rather think so.
Will you have some tea with us?
No, if you'll excuse me, I won't. It's later than I thought.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Very nice to meet you, Baroness. I hope I see you again.
Thank you, Dr. Mercer.
Oh, surely you have time for just one cup.
I'd love to, but I can't. Please, don't get up, Mrs. Cornelius. I'll find my way out, and I'll take a rain check on that tea until tomorrow.
All right, don't forget. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
He's an extremely nice man.
Yes.
Of course, he isn't our regular family doctor.
Oh, really?
No, Alan met him at his club. More tea?
No, thanks. But what sort of a doctor is he?
Well, I believe he's a bacteriologist of some kind. He's been terribly concerned about Alan's back and very nice. But I don't see the connection between a strained back and bacteriology, do you?
No, I don't.
Well, however, since it's Alan's back, I suppose he can have any doctor he wants. How would you like to take him his tea? I know he'd appreciate it.
She poured the tea with an almost affectionate gesture and handed me the cup. I carried it to Alan's bedroom and handed it to him. As I turned to go out, I deliberately let a small white card fall to the floor. It was the address of a hat shop in Regent Street. Then I went back to the sitting room and chatted with this charming, gentle woman with a young face and a touch of gray in her hair. At last I got up to go.
I can't tell you how we appreciate your coming, Karen. I hope you'll come again.
I will indeed.
I hope that...
Yes?
Well, I hope you'll come again soon. If Alan has to stay off his feet for 2 weeks, he'll be absolutely savage. So do come again. Perhaps if you're not... Oh, dear, the phone. Will you excuse me?
Yes, and I'll go and say goodbye to Alan.
Yes, do. Hello? Oh, Carolyn, how nice to hear from you. I've been meaning to call you since Monday, but Helen has had...
May I say goodbye?
Yes, come in.
I hope you'll be better soon.
It's awfully decent of you to take it like this. I know what you went through to get it.
Oh, that's all right. You couldn't help it.
It was just rotten luck. This kid ran right in front of me, and I just...
Oh, please don't explain. I quite understand. I did understand, clearly. No one had been in his room since I had dropped the card on the floor. The card was gone. Who had picked it up? A man who couldn't walk. A man who thought it might have been important. I knew then that Alan Cornelius was a traitor. Will you shut that thing off, please?
Sorry. No, forgot that it bothers people. Now, what can I do for you?
I want you to make an installation in a house at 12 Hillview Manor, Chelsea.
When?
A week from Tuesday, the three of us are going to the theater. You'll have from 8 until midnight.
What type of installation?
I want a microphone in the second bedroom. The man sleeps in there. It's at the end of the hall. I want another one behind the large painting in the living room. It's above the fireplace.
Is this an espionage case?
Yes, we think so. If necessary, I can get Lord Harland's approval, but I'd rather not.
Your orders are sufficient, Baroness.
Does someone monitor this equipment all the time?
In shifts. 24 hours a day. If anybody speaking in the bedroom or the living room, we'll hear it here and record it on tape.
Call me the moment you get anything. I'm particularly interested in a man named Mercer, Dr. Mercer.
Mercer and Cornelius. Right.
It was the 9th day after the accident that we went to the theater. The microphone installation was made that night. Alan limped convincingly. Watching his mother help him down the aisle, I felt a sudden clutch at my heart. I dreaded the day when she would learn for herself that tradition is sometimes hard to live up to, that it exists mostly in the past, and that a hero can sometimes have a traitor for a son. It was 10 days later that I got the proof I needed. I took it immediately to Lord Harland's office in headquarters.
Baroness, I dislike the idea of eavesdropping on an employee. I wish you'd consulted me about this.
We have a tape here on which is recorded a conversation between Alan Cornelius and a Dr. Mercer at 2 this morning. I'm asking you to listen. I'm afraid the facts are inescapable.
Very well, then. Have him play it.
Will you set up the equipment, please?
Certainly, Baroness.
You seem very positive, Baroness.
I am. I knew his back wasn't injured. I dropped the card in his bedroom. No one else could have picked it up. It was gone when I went back.
Whenever you're ready, Lord Harland.
Go ahead. Turn it on.
The card with the doctor will be enough.
Yes, Baroness. Here it is. I marked it.
You can easily impersonate Lord Holland. You're the same size, same coloring.
Heaven's voice. Is this all I need?
Yeah, this is Holland's identification card from MI2. This is his special security pass. I stole them from his secretary's office yesterday.
Why, I can't believe it.
Don't you recognize his voice?
Yes, but
There is more.
supposing someone at the reservoirs knows Holland.
Dr. Mercer, the head of MI2 isn't in the habit of trotting around the London reservoirs.
Are you sure?
Positive. He always sends an operator.
Why,
Once you're inside, you'll have dozens of chances to drop the virus into the water.
he's insane.
The time it goes into the water, how long until full pollution?
In 12 hours, the drinking water of the city of London will be as deadly as prussic acid. This just isn't happening.
Have you heard enough?
Everything said for us to get out.
A helicopter picks us up at Swalden Golf Course, midnight Friday.
And then I'll send my mother away on Thursday.
God help her.
Is that everything?
I think so.
Did you burn the reservoir blueprint?
Last night.
Turn it off. Poor old England. Doctor, I wonder if they'll
Turn
ever
it
figure out what it means to live in the future instead of the past.
And Germany.
Well, Lord Harlan.
We'll arrest him immediately.
Emergency security, please. Hello, Colonel Ross. We're arresting Alan Cornelius on charges of treason immediately. Yes, I have complete proof. Have 2 squad cars and 10 policemen waiting in front of the building in 5 minutes. What? Yes, that's all. Isn't it enough? This will kill his mother. Kill her.
Yes, I know. And she's such a fine woman.
I wish there was some way that I wish I didn't have to tell her.
Would you like me to?
Would you?
Of course. You and your man can wait outside. I'll break it to her as gently as I know how.
Thank you, Baroness. Thank you very much.
Lord Harland.
Yes?
You were in love with her once, weren't you?
Baroness, I'm in love with her now. Shall we go?
When I suspected the back injury was a fake, I had the microphones installed in this house.
In this house?
Yes, behind this picture, and in Alan's bedroom. It was the night we went to the theater.
Go on.
We recorded the conversation Alan had with Dr. Mercer. Lord Harland has heard it. He wanted me to tell you. He felt he couldn't face you himself.
I can't believe it. I won't believe it. Alan couldn't. He couldn't be his father's son, and...
I know how you feel, but the voices are unmistakable.
But he couldn't. Oh, dear God, he couldn't.
You'd better wake him up now.
He's resting. Isn't that funny? He thought he'd have a rest before dinner. I've got to wake him up and tell him his country knows he's a traitor.
I am terribly sorry for you.
Are they outside now?
Yes. You'd better wake him up.
Will you come with me?
Certainly.
Alan. Alan.
What? What?
They know.
What?
They've come to arrest you.
What are you talking about? What's she doing here? What is this?
Dr. Mercer, the reservoirs. You are caught.
So what is this? What's the idea of bursting in here like this?
Please, Alan, don't talk. Just get up and go. They know everything. There's been a microphone behind your bed for days. They've made records of your conversation with Mercer. Please don't lie, and please don't make a scene, and don't act. I couldn't stand it. There's no dignity left for you but silence.
I see.
Sometime, Alan, if you get the time, tell me why.
Anybody mind if I put on a tie? All right, Baroness, keep still.
You fool, put that gun down.
I said don't move. You want to know why, Mother? Well, I'll tell you. Because I'm sick of being a hero, son. Because I'm sick of you yapping about Father and his bravery and his dying like a soldier. I'm so sick of it I could vomit. You've shoved my father down my throat ever since I was a kid. Well, I hate my father. I hate everything about him. I've hated him ever since I can remember. And
Stop it!
All right. But now get out of the way. If I've got to die for England, they'll have to catch me
They're
first.
outside, Alan. Outside now.
You haven't a chance. The house is surrounded.
They'll have to kill me first. Get away from that door, Mother.
Give me the gun, Alan.
I'm telling you, Mother. Get out of my way. I'm not going to be honorable and give myself up. Now get out of my way.
Give me the gun.
Will you get out of the way? I tell you I won't go. I won't let them...
Give me the gun, Alan. Thank you. Now, put on your tie. Please stop crying. All right, Baroness. Tell them my son is ready now.
Did they sign confessions, Lord Harland?
Yes, both of them. Capturing the doctor was child's play, thanks to you.
How is Mrs. Cornelius?
As you'd expect.
The tragic thing is that this might have been avoided.
Why, what do you mean?
Alan's father wasn't a hero at all. I looked up his record.
I know.
You know?
Yes. He was shot in the back at Passchendaele for exposing his own men to enemy fire. And for deserting his regiment in the battle line.
You knew this? And you have kept it from her all these years?
Yes, Baroness, I have.
Why?
Because I love her. And because I shot him.
You have just heard Ilona Massey starring in NBC's Top Secret. Stories of intrigue and espionage brought to you each week at this time. Here is Miss Massey to tell you about next week's show.
Next week, the story of a castle in Scotland and the fluttering of a bird which spelled danger. The case of a wounded pigeon. A story until now, top secret.
Top Secret is written, directed, and produced by Harry W. Junkin. Featured with Miss Massey on tonight's transcribed program was Alan Stevenson as Alan, Dennis Hoy was the doctor, Ian Martin was Lord Harland, Brooke Byron was Mrs. Cornelius. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shields. This is Fred Collins speaking.
The Clyde Beatty Show. The world's greatest wild animal trainer, Clyde Beatty, with an exciting adventure from his brilliant career. The circus means thrills, excitement, snarling jungle beasts. The circus means fun for young folks and old. But under the big top, you see only a part of the story. The real drama comes behind the scenes, where 500 people live as one family, where Clyde Beatty constantly risks death in the most dangerous act on earth. This master of the big cats has journeyed to Africa and India, hunting down his beasts in their native jungle. All of this is part of the Clyde Beatty story. This is the adventure entitled Big Magic in Malaya. The Malay Peninsula, with Singapore at its southern tip, has long been famed for its dense jungles and endless varieties of wild animals. So it was only natural that my wife Harriet and I were anxious to see this strange country, much of which was still unexplored by white men at the time of our visit shortly before the war. One experience that stands out in our minds began in Palembang, on the west coast of the narrow peninsula. We had just arrived on a small steamer from Singapore, and after some time and trouble found the home of the man we were seeking.
Oh, this must be the house, Clyde. 74 Karaya Road, wasn't it?
Yeah. This is it, all right. I just hope he's here.
We'd be in a fine spot if he's not, wouldn't we?
I guess so. But, according to Crutcher, he should be here, and
Hello there. What can I do for you?
Well, you're Mr. Lindsay, the guide?
That's right. And you're...
Beatty, Clyde Beatty, and this is my wife.
Oh, yes, of course. Come in, won't you? Good trip up?
Oh, we enjoyed every minute of it.
Good. Please sit down. I'll have some tea brought. Marto! Fix tea, Marto. Well, I wasn't expecting you so soon, Beatty.
You got Crutcher's letter, then?
As a matter of fact, it just arrived yesterday. Beastly slow postal service up this way. How is old Crutcher, by the way? He never told me anything except to be on the lookout for you folks.
Oh, he seemed to be in good shape. Mad because he couldn't get away and come with us.
He's been mad ever since he moved his business to Singapore, poor fellow. Well, now that you're here, what can I do for you?
Crutcher told us you were the best guide in Malaya, Lindsay. We'd like to engage you for a trip into the jungle, into Terengganu province.
Terengganu? Oh, but that's impossible, man. You can't go into that province without permission from the Sultan himself.
I know, and we have that permission. It was all taken care of before we left Singapore.
Well, you're fortunate, or unfortunate, depending on which way you choose to look at it.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Lindsay?
Well, I mean you're lucky to get the Sultan's permission to enter Terengganu. But on the other hand, you may need plenty of luck to get out. That's mighty tough jungle country, you know.
So we hear, but we also hear it's full of unusual animals.
What sort of animals are you after, Beatty?
Well, we want to get some lions and tigers, naturally, and anything else that's rare or unusual. For instance, if it's possible, we'd like to capture a rhinoceros.
A rhino? Good heavens, man, what for?
Believe it or not, Lindsay, but a lot of people in the States don't know there is such a thing as an Asian rhino. They are quite rare, I believe.
Yes, they are so rare you might spend weeks looking for one and still not find him. I understand there are a few left up in Terengganu province, though.
Well, that was our understanding, too. We'd like to try our luck, Lindsay. How about it?
Please, Mr. Lindsay.
How can I refuse such a charming lady? Now, if it were you alone, Beatty, but no matter. All right, you're on. However, let me warn you, this will be no ice cream social, not by a long shot.
We pause for this message. Back to Clyde Beatty and Big Magic in Malaya. 2 days of hurried preparations followed our talk with Lindsay in Palembang. Then another 3 days going up the sluggish Manala River, and at last we arrived at a native kampong where we were to make our headquarters during our stay in the Terengganu province. By the time we were unloaded, and the native canoes which had brought us headed back downstream, it was almost dark. The twilight silence characteristic of the jungle was unbroken. Even the natives from the kampong gathered around at a respectful distance. They seemed unusually quiet. We were in a strange new world.
Clyde, the way they stare at us, are they...
Don't worry, Mrs. Beatty. They're friendly enough. They just don't see many white people. Where's that package of needles, Beatty?
Here. Is this the one?
That's it. Now, watch this. Hiya! Madolo! Madolo!
Well, look at them scramble for those needles. You'd think they were diamonds.
Yes, they'd rather have a needle than the Kimberley mines, Mrs. Beatty. Fortunately for us.
What a spot for a 5 and 10 cent story, Harriet.
My husband is part businessman, Mr. Lindsay. You'll have to excuse me.
I'm also hungry and tired.
Well, we'll fix that soon enough. But first, we must pay our respects to the head man and make palaver with him.
Our palaver with the headman was successful. He understood our reasons for being in Trengganu and agreed to help in every way he could. Lindsay was an old hand when it came to bargaining, and for every gift the headman received, we in return received extra considerations. When the meeting ended, Harriet and I were shown to our quarters, a crude bamboo basha with thatched roof and bare dirt floor.
Well, here we are.
This reminds me of that motel in Albuquerque.
Oh, Clyde, what a thing to say.
I guess we're lucky to have shelter of any kind, so I won't complain. You tired, honey?
I'm exhausted and still hungry.
Lindsay said they'd bring us some food right away. Which would you prefer, barbecued leopard or prime rib of rhinoceros?
Oh, Clyde, stop. Mr. Lindsay seems to know the ropes, though, doesn't he?
Yeah, we're lucky he took the job. I'm afraid we couldn't do much without him.
I only hope our luck continues. If we get... Clyde!
What's the matter?
Clyde, there's someone looking in the doorway.
Huh? Oh. Well, what is it, boy?
1,000 pardons, Tuan. I am your servant.
What? Who sent you here?
No one sent me, Tuan. It is my own thought.
Well, come on in.
Much thanks, sir.
What's your name, son?
I am called Nadu, Tuan.
Nadu, huh? You speak good English for a native. Where'd you learn it?
I have learned at missionary school in Palembang, Tuan. 2 seasons I have lived there. This your woman, Tuan?
Yes, this is my woman.
She is plenty okay good looker, Tuan.
Well, thank you. Did you learn that at missionary school?
Oh, no. I also learned some things or two from American sailors, ma'am, sir.
Oh, how old are you, Nadu?
16 seasons, Tuan. I am man now.
And what makes you think you want to be my servant?
But, Tuan, all men like yourself must have bearer. I can be helped in many ways. You will see, okay? It is agreed?
All right, it's agreed. And I've got a job for you right now.
Yes, Tuan.
Go see if you can hurry up the food. We're starved. Our first 2 days at the compound went by quickly, and we were kept busy supervising the building of nets and cages. I soon discovered that I'd acquired an extra shadow, as Nadu dogged my heels constantly. He was a wiry young fellow with flashing black eyes and a ready smile, eager to help and eager to learn. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, I'd gone a short way into the jungle for a look around, accompanied, of course, by my faithful shadow. Here, Nadu. Let's sit down on this old log and rest a bit.
Yes, Tuan. Okay.
From the looks of the vines and creepers, I'd say this trail isn't used much.
No, this old trail, Tuan. But look, see up ahead.
Huh? Yeah, wild boar, isn't it?
Yes, Tuan. Tough costumer, that one.
I take it you mean tough customer, huh?
I no speak so good those big words, Tuan.
Oh, you're doing fine. What's the new word I taught you this morning, remember? Nadu, you're not paying attention. What are you staring at?
Huh? Oh, I was look at your big magic gun, Tuan.
You like guns?
I have seen only few, Tuan.
Well, you won't see a better one than this, Nadu. It's a Monarch Express, best big game rifle made.
Tuan, could maybe hold it?
Sure. Why not? Here.
Oh, it's very heavy.
It has to be. Here, give it here a minute. I want to show you something.
Yes, Tuan.
Now, see that vine hanging from the tree over there?
Yes, I see.
Watch what an explosive bullet does to it.
It's okay, Tuan.
You ever shoot a gun, Nadu?
Oh, no, Tuan.
Well, you're about to. Here. Now, look along the top of the barrel. That's it. Line up the notch in the rear sight with a bead on the front.
Like this, Tuan?
That's it. That's your line of sight where the bullet will go. Here, swing over and line it up with that vine just above where I hit it.
Yes, Tuan. It is so.
Now hold it steady and squeeze the trigger slowly.
Oh!
Well, I'll be. You hit it, Nadu. Hey, what's the matter?
Oh, the gun. It hit at me in shoulder. Almost knocked me off log.
I forgot to tell you, it does kick a bit.
What do you do now?
Pull the bolt back all the way. That's it. That ejects the empty cartridge case. Now slam it forward to reload with a new bullet.
Like so. Okay, Tuan?
Yeah, like so. Okay, try it again. Let's see if that was an accident.
Yes, Tuan.
Hey, are you sure you never shot a rifle before?
I sure, Tuan. I do okay.
You sure did. I'm afraid I couldn't top it.
Beatty! Beatty! Are you all right?
Oh, Lindsay, sure I'm all right.
Hey, well, what's all the shooting about?
Oh, just having a little target practice, Lindsay. I was showing Nadeau here how to shoot a rifle, and darned if he doesn't make 2 clean hits his first 2 shots.
What? You were showing this native boy how to shoot?
Why, yes. What's the matter?
Well, I'll explain in a minute. Boy, you go back to Kampong.
But, Tuan...
Wait a minute, Lindsay. He's done nothing.
Do as I say, boy. Go back.
Yes, Tuan. I go.
Well, he's gone, Lindsay. What's this all about?
Yeah, just this, Beatty. We don't teach natives how to handle guns in Malaya, that's all. They can't be trusted. And the less they know about firearms, the better.
Well, if that's the way you feel, I guess you're the boss.
That is the way I feel, Beatty, and as long as I am the boss, there'll be no educating the natives about guns. Let's forget it now and get back to the Kampong.
You go ahead, Lindsay. I want to look around a bit more.
As you wish, only I wouldn't go too far.
Don't worry, I won't. I'll be back in an hour or 2.
Very well, Beatty.
After Lindsay left, I continued for a short way up the trail, then branched off into what appeared to be a little-used game trail. I guess I was guilty of daydreaming, for suddenly... Oh! With complete disgust, I picked myself up from the floor of a deep pit and realized I'd stumbled into a native animal trap. Fortunately, only my pride was hurt, but the fact that I was daydreaming was no excuse for not noticing the leaves and branches covering my newfound prison. In the dim light, I could see that the pit was some 12 feet deep, and I knew it'd be impossible to climb out. But I wasn't too worried, knowing that I'd be missed at the Kampong in an hour or so, and that Lindsay and the natives would find me without trouble. But then, I noticed something which would strike terror into the heart of any man. If a leopard or a tiger had been in the pit with me, it would have been bad, but this was 10 times worse, for advancing toward me was an army of death, a column of giant soldier ants. They were crawling straight toward me, thousands of them, from the far corner of the pit. And then I saw the bones picked clean of what must have been a jackal. I knew the same fate was in store for me in a matter of minutes, and I was powerless to stop it. Clyde Beatty will return in just a moment, but first... And now back to Clyde Beatty and his story, Big Magic in Malaya. While walking along a jungle trail in Malaya, Clyde failed to notice a brush-covered pit dug by the natives to trap animals and crashed to the bottom. Knowing that he isn't far from the native village and that when he doesn't return, his guide, Lindsay, and the natives will find him, Clyde isn't too concerned. But when he looks around the pit further, he discovers an army of dreaded soldier ants advancing toward him. I'd heard about these giant killer ants, and I knew I didn't have much time. I looked around for my rifle, hoping to fire a distress signal which might be heard at the Kampong. But that hope quickly dimmed when I realized the gun had slipped from my hands as I fell and had stayed on top of the brush covering the pit. I knew fear as I'd never known it before as the army of ants advanced steadily toward me, now only about 3 feet from the corner in which I was standing. Suddenly, from the jungle, I heard something which gave me encouragement. It sounded like a voice, and I listened intently, hoping my ears weren't deceiving me. It was a voice, the voice of Nadeau. Nadeau! Nadeau! In the trail pit, Nadeau! Hurry! Hurry, Nadeau!
What are you doing there?
Never mind that. Help me get out of here before these ants get me. Now hurry up and see if you can find somebody who can help me get out of here.
We get you out okay, Tuan?
Nadeau, come back here! My heart almost stopped as I thought Nadeau had gone for more help. The ants were only a foot away now.
You can climb up.
Good boy. I've got it.
It's okay, Twan.
Yeah, it's okay. Oh, that was close.
It's supposed to be for animals, Twan.
I'll try to remember that. And thanks, Nadu. If you hadn't come along when you did, I'd be furnishing a feast for that army down there.
It's okay now.
How come you were out here anyway? I thought Lindsay ordered you back to the compound.
Yes, Twan. Only you, my big boss. I stay close by you, okay?
Fair enough. I guess I need a guardian at that. I'll get my rifle and we'll get back now. It's getting late.
Oh, Clyde, how awful. Being eaten alive by ants would be a horrible way to die.
Yeah, I've read about its happening, but I never thought I'd be face to face with such a situation.
Thank goodness Nandu didn't follow Lindsay's orders.
By the way, it might be best not to mention to Lindsay what happened. I'm afraid he'd be pretty sore at the boy if he knew his orders weren't obeyed.
I won't breathe a word.
You in there, Beatty?
Yes. Come in, Lindsay.
Well, I've got good news I thought you'd be interested in.
Good or bad news?
Perhaps both. A native just arrived from up near Rawang. He says they've seen signs of rhino up there recently.
Why, that's wonderful news, Mr. Lindsay.
Yes, but that's only half of it. We're going to have trouble getting the natives to go along after it, I'm afraid.
Well, I don't understand, Lindsay. They're not afraid of rhinos.
I know that, but there's something up in that area they are afraid of. A pair of cedar-dangs.
Cedar-dangs? Well, what are they?
Well, they're probably the meanest animals on the face of the earth, Mrs. Beatty. A breed of wild cattle, a sort of cross between the Brahma and water buffalo.
Are they really as bad as they say?
I'm afraid so. They're absolutely without fear. Will charge any living thing they see without warning. In fact, they'll stalk a man or another animal just to attack.
Well, that's almost unbelievable.
But quite true, Mrs. Beatty. They have tremendous horns, which they use to toss their victim into the air until he's senseless. And then, just to make a thorough job of it, they trample him to a pulp with their sharp hooves.
I guess you can't blame the natives for not wanting any part of them, armed only with knives and spears.
No, indeed. Only a well-placed bullet from an express rifle will stop a cedar-dang. And sometimes it takes several of those to do the job.
Well, I hate to lose a chance to capture a rhino.
Well, I've asked the head man to call a meeting of his men. If we can convince them they're not in danger as long as they're with us, we'll be all right. They have a lot of faith in our rifles, so we'll give it a try. Let's go. It is so, big head man. Our rifles speak with strong voice.
Is strong enough kill Siladang?
Yes, strong enough kill anything. Kill tiger. Kill elephant.
Maybe so kill tiger. No kill Siladang.
I speak words of truth, big head man. Your men will be safe with us. We will pay them well.
I not make them go. Let them make thinking. Ora Dawa, Ganobi Rawang, Gola Barata, Kiskadu Maratu Bay.
What's he saying, Lindsay?
He's asking the men if any will go with us to Rawang.
Kala, Baitasha, Tarando,
Calabresi, I will go.
Garato, Nadu, you're not afraid, Siladang?
No, headman. The Twan's rifles have big magic. I have seen. Only old women be afraid.
Nadu make big talk.
By Jove, I believe we're in luck. The rest don't want to lose caste by appearing less brave than the boy.
Good. I hope it works.
Dawa! Dawa! Lindsay said, men say they go with you in morning. Palava finished.
Well, these prints are rhino, all right, but none too fresh. Probably made yesterday.
Looks like we've still got some hunting to do, huh?
Yes, it'll have to wait till morning. It'll be dark soon, so we'll make camp now on the other side of the clearing. I'll tell the men to get a move on.
Suits me. Coming, Harriet?
Right behind you.
Watch out for this jagged log here, honey.
Oh,
Harriet,
Clyde.
did you run into it?
No, but I turned my ankle trying to keep from it.
What's the trouble
Oh,
here?
Harriet twisted her ankle, Lindsay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Beatty.
I'll help her across the clearing, then we'll see what we can do for it.
Now, do.
Yes, coming, Tuan.
Take my canteen and rifle now.
We'll be right along, Beatty. If I can get these men to move off of their tracks.
I'm sorry, Clyde. I should have been more careful.
Oh, forget it. I think a good massage will fix that ankle. Okay, Nadu, let's go. With Harriet in my arms, we started across the clearing. Lindsay and the natives followed a few yards to the rear. Then, when we were almost in the center, we were startled by the sound of a large animal crashing through the brush at one side of the jungle clearing. As the natives screamed and ran for the trees, I saw the object of their terror. A Seeladang bull had burst from the brush like a locomotive and was charging straight for us. With Harriet unable to walk, I knew we could never make it. But when I looked around at Lindsay, I felt better. His rifle was at his shoulder as he took deliberate aim. I could see that the bullet had found its mark. But instead of dropping, the bull swerved toward the sound of the shot. Lindsay, headed for you! Shoot, man!
Oh, Clyde, you'll be killed!
Lindsay threw his rifle to the ground and started to run for it. But the Seeladang was almost upon him. He'd never make it. What the...
Clyde, look!
Scarcely able to believe my eyes, I saw the bull crumple and roll in a heap barely 5 feet from Lindsay, dropped by 2 well-placed rifle bullets from my own gun. And holding it as if he'd hunted big game all his life was the boy who had never fired a gun until the day before. Good work, Nadu.
Oh, big magic work. Okay, good one.
I'll say it worked okay good. In fact, it was okay great.
Here, Tuan, you take.
Huh? I don't need the rifle now.
Well, that was a bit close side. What? Thank heaven you fired when you did, Beatty.
Lindsay, I didn't fire those shots. You owe your thanks to Nadu here.
What? You mean this boy shot that Seeladang?
That's exactly what I mean.
Well, that rather leaves me speechless, but, well, thanks, son.
I am glad you're okay, Tuan.
Let's hope we've had our share of Seeladangs for a while. Come on, we'd better try and persuade the natives to calm down and make camp.
Harriet's ankle was better the next day, and we continued our hunt. I must admit, however, that we were unsuccessful in our attempt to capture a rhino. And a few days later, we were back at the campong, ready to return to Palembang.
Well, I guess everything's in the canoes. All set?
Yes, we're ready. You better get in the bow, Harriet.
All right. You know, in a way, I hate to leave, Clyde.
So do I. The people have been wonderful to us.
Yes.
Well, Nadu, I guess this is where we part company.
I guess it must be so, Tuan. You come back, okay?
I hope so. We'll see.
Better get aboard, Beatty.
Yeah, all right. Say, you've forgotten something here. Isn't this your gun case, Lindsay?
No, well, no, it was my gun, but now it's Nadu's.
You're serious?
I know it must sound strange after what I told you the other day, but, well, maybe I've been wrong. And I guess a good rifle's small enough price to pay for my life.
Lindsay, put her there.
Clyde Beatty will return in just a moment with a preview of his next adventure. But first, our next broadcast is a story from within the very heart of the circus. We call it Never Trust a Gilly. And here is just a brief preview.
Show's just started, Harriet. Want to go over with me or stay here in the trailer?
Oh, I'll go over. Good house tonight?
Always a good house in this town. They're on the straw.
Oh, then I will go. What was that?
Well, it sounded like Jimmy out back somewhere. Come on.
Over this way.
I think it was. Jimmy, you call me? Where are you?
Clyde, over there on the ground. What's that?
Come on.
It's Jimmy, Clyde. He's hurt.
You'll hear the whole story of the strange attack on Clyde's cage boy, Jimmy, on our next broadcast. This story was based on incidents in the life of Clyde Beatty and the Clyde Beatty Circus. The Clyde Beatty Show was produced by Shirley Thomas. Big Magic in Malaya was written by Robert T. Smith. All names used were fictional, and any resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is a Commodore production.